If I can have everyone's attention, please. During this meeting, City of Launceston will use audio-visual technology to live stream the meeting. After the meeting, an audio-visual recording of the meeting will be published to our website, www.launceston.tas.gov.au, to support and inform the community regarding council meetings. Attendees will be taken to have consented to the image, speech or statements being live streamed or published as described. This consent extends to any minors accompanying an attendee who is a parent or a legal guardian. If you do not consent to being videoed, or if you intend to disclose any confidential or sensitive information in the course of the meeting, please notify us as early as possible prior to the commencement of the meeting. And also, just a reminder, if you have your phone switched on today, because there's a lot of people, just put them onto silent. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelsey. And good afternoon, councillors, those in attendance and those who might be streaming in here for today's ordinary meeting. So as we do meet here today on the unceded lands of the Palawa people, the original and ongoing owners of the land, we open today's meeting at 1 o'clock. Please be seated. I have some apologies for today's meeting, including Councillor McMahon and Councillor Professor Raze. There are no mayoral acknowledgements, so we'll move through agenda item 2 to 3, declarations of interest. So a councillor must declare any interest that a councillor may have in any matter before any of those discussions commence. Do we have any declarations of interest today? Okay, there being none, we'll move forward to confirmation of minutes at 4.1, with the recommendation being that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held on the 27th of March, they be confirmed as true and correct records. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Gibson. Anyone to speak to the minutes? Okay, to the vote. All of those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Council workshops at 5.1, we have the recommendation that council notes the council workshops conducted and attended since last council meeting for the purposes published in the agenda. Somebody to move? Councillor Gibson.
With a slight amendment, please, noting the attendance for the 3rd of April lists Councillor Palmer as being an apology, and he was actually present.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that amendment to seconder, Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Gibson, anything further?
Just to say we appreciated the opportunity to engage in the elected member finance training, and we certainly note that the South Australian provider CEO that you organised with your former connections was of value, and we look forward to our professional learning continuing with our meetings being held every 3 weeks. It provides a good opportunity. Hopefully into the future we're able to continue our skill acquisition, but the South Australian providers did a great job and we certainly appreciated the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. As the seconder, Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Just to thank the team for the update on the Child and Youth Safe Organisational Framework. This is a fantastic opportunity for some members of our community to have their faith restored in an institution like ours, and I'm very proud of the work that we do.
Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. Any further speakers to the workshops? Anything to close, Councillor Gibson?
No, thank you.
Cool. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. At 6, we'll be discussing leave of absence applications for councillors in closed council. We have no community reports at 7, so public question time is at 8. 8.1, we have public questions on notice, which are published as a part of this agenda. 8.2, public questions without notice. We have a few noted speakers here, but we'll just run as we're lined up here already at the microphone. So please just start with your name and your suburb.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name's Andrew Smith and I live in West Launceston. My question today, it relates to the Carvilla Cemetery Master Plan and to the protection of the bushland there. The Carvilla Reserve and the bushland around it are all eucalyptus amygdalina forest on Cenozoic deposits. Despite its name, this isn't just about trees, it's about the understory, the fauna, and all the processes involved in it. This forest type has already had 70% of its original extent cleared, and of the remaining 30%, only 1/3 is protected in reserves. Because of this, the forest community is listed as threatened under the Nature Conservation Act. As such, it is illegal to clear it, yet the draft cemetery master plan includes plans to clear 8 hectares of it. Now, the average size of remnants of this forest is 17 hectares, so the 25 hectares at Carvilla is very significant. This plan to clear 1/3 of it and fragment the rest would have serious detrimental effect. Native tree plantings in the cemetery cannot in any way offset this clearing, as there's no way to re-establish the critical understory and habitat. Given this, we asked Council in our letter in 2023 to seek an alternative cemetery site. This brings me to my question. Will the Council avoid clearing the bushland at Carvilla to protect this threatened forest community and comply with the state legislation?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. We'll take that question on notice, or we'll take the question on notice so we can ensure that we have a fulfilled answer to that question for you. Thank you. Thank you. Further questions?
Thanks, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Dale Luck. I'm a long-term resident of Norwood and a member of the Australian Plant Society, and oddly enough, I'm talking about the Carvilla Master Plan as well. And I'm also on about preserving the native bushland. We understand the difficulties that will cause in long-term internment of people up there, but the bushland is so important that we must do it. Council in 2018 commissioned a report by North Barker, which was an excellent report and gave you a very detailed understanding of what's in that bush and how it needs its neighbours to help it become a permanent and ongoing bushland. They talk about the biodiversity and the biodiversity conservation is dependent on the long-term fate of all the bushlands around it. It's really, really important. This is our last chance to preserve this. Once it's gone, it's gone. And we can't see any reference in your master plan to the North Barker report. It's really important for councillors to take this report into account. So in fact, my questions are, was the North Barker report considered by the planners? We think we know the answer to that one, but why wasn't it referenced? And your master plan recommends that further assessment be done of that bush. It's already been done. And so what are the perceived failings of that North Barker report, which needs you to do a further assessment? It doesn't need to be done. They're my 3 questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Luck. And again, we'll take those ones on notice and there'll be some synergy around that answering system there too. Thank you.
Mayor and councillors, my name is Roy Scarborough. I'm a member of the Australian Plant Society of Tasmania and also an amateur botanist. My question also relates to the draft master plan for Carvilla Memorial Park. The council has a number of natural history experts who are employed by or volunteer at Queen Victoria Museum and Art Gallery. These people know Carvilla Flora Reserve and the surrounding bushland very well, and they understand the importance of its natural values. The question is, why did the council not make these experts available to the consultants who prepared the master plan? And will the council undertake to quickly make these experts available to the consultants so they can amend the master plan to address the need for protection of the natural environment? This should be done before any decision is made to adopt the master plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. My name is Leonica Simmons and I live in Norwood, also related to the master plan for the Carvilla Memorial Park. I live close to the Carvilla Flora Reserve and visit it frequently to observe and take photos of the native and threatened species of animals and plants. The development of the master plan for the Carvilla Memorial Park is a good opportunity to protect the floral reserve and the bushland around it, yet the draft does not do this. In fact, it proposes further clearing of the bushland, which will result in damage even to the small area, which is treated as a floral reserve. Rare, vulnerable, and endangered species of all kinds can be found in the reserve, and without it, key populations of these species will be destroyed. How does the council feel about this plan, which will take this special asset away from not only myself, but the community, my generation, and the environment?
Fantastic. Thank you for your question and well done. We'll take that one on notice to ensure that we get a response for you. Excellent. Yeah. Further questions without notice?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Noel Christensen. I live in Launceston. Recently, 10 new trees have been added to those currently growing at the Talbot Road lookout. The trees that are growing there render the lookout useless and unfit for purpose. Ironically, 10 is the number of trees destroyed in the City Park Albert Hall renovations. And there are numerous others around town, like a pair in Malunga Street, Kings Meadows, that have been butchered in order to keep them clear of overhead wires. With these precedents in mind, cannot similar steps be taken to restore life to the lookout, only this time manage the tree growth a little better? Thank you.
Thank you, Noel. We'll take that one on notice as well and make sure that that's published in a part of the agenda. Great. Questions without notice?
My name's Gwen Espy. I've got 3 questions. In the last 48 hours alone, 3 women have died at the hands of men in their lives. I couldn't find the number for Australia, but it is proof that Australia is not a safe space for women. We're not safe on the streets. We're not safe in our own homes very often. And now we're not safe online. And as much as I would expect and understand that the council would hope that the matter that arose due to your fanboying, Mr. Garwood, of a singer who I don't believe warrants to be named, would just simply go away. The fact is it just can't, and it won't, until there is some true leadership undertaken. I and many, many people, women and men in this community, have been concerned, I would say appalled, by the lack of male leadership over this matter that has come from the council, specifically from you, Mr. Garwood. I have 3 questions I'd like to pose to you specifically, and I genuinely would hope that you would answer them today, not on notice, because they're not questions that should be left to be answered in such a brief, inexcusable way as 3 questions that were posed to you in the last council meeting. So my first question is, 5 days ago, you posted a picture of the front page of the Examiner on your Facebook page, which I note you continually state is your private page, and yet make numerous, almost daily references as a mayor and as the Launceston City Council representative. And the caption was, excuse me, I just have to find it, a positive front page, but still music inspired, if you get my reference. Is the violence perpetrated against Councillor Dawkins and Councillor McMahon and Katie and others who dared to stand against what occurred a joke to you? And if it's not a joke, then please explain that reference.
Easy. It's the walking of the sidewalk that's like on the Abbey Road. It's a Beatles reference to that photograph, nothing to do with any reference that you are trying to construe that to be here today.
I assure you I'm not the only person who took that reference differently. My second question is in relation to the petition. There was a petition, which I'm sure we're all aware, started by a member of the public, calling out numerous things, most of them somewhat tenuous, but predominantly calling for the councillors who dared vote yes to the motion of no confidence be outed from their positions as councillors. But the two councillors who voted no and the one who abstained to be protected from such action. I understand you've reassured some members of the public that your sharing of that petition on your Facebook stories rather than your page, which means that it disappears from public view fairly quickly, was a way of saying that you didn't agree with the petition. My question is, if you didn't agree with the petition, why did you post the link to the petition in that story and not instead choose to make a public stand and say that you didn't agree with the petition and call for people to not sign it? How is that not, my question is, additionally, how is that not an abuse of your position of power and a cynical attempt to warn off anyone who should call you out against your behaviour in future?
Sure. As you've stated, there was an opportunity that I used to have that preliminary sentence that said that this was not an excuse, this petition was not an excuse for the behaviour, just again an opportunity to take ownership of that, and that's the platform that I use it on. I've been upfront with my fellow councillors in questions that it's not a private page, it's a personal page in which I share, and it's stated in my bio that this is my personal page and I'll continue to use it to share parts of this community, to share parts of my life, and I will continue to do that.
And my third question is, if you do in fact accept responsibility and accountability for your behaviour and truly believe that the community, including the online community, be a safe place for all, including women, to have an opinion, at what point will you require that people who post comments on your page respond respectfully, without hate, and what I would suggest at times is defamation of character?
Oh, there are strict guidelines around any social media, and the reliability of that comes to the owner of the page and the comments that are made there. There are policies around that. There's legal policies around that. So that is already legislated to be monitored.
Thank you, Council.
Further questions without notice?
My name is Claire Richardson and I live in Invermay. I started a change.org petition on Friday the 4th of March to have the councillors who voted no confidence in Matthew Garwood stand down from their positions, prompted by my disgust in their behaviour, as they appear to be more invested in political agendas and social media than they are in addressing the very real violence and gross inequality happening in Launceston. City of Launceston are tagged as the decision maker in my petition, which has over 6,600 signatures, predominantly from Launcestonians, with many personal comments left in support of Matthew because we do have confidence in him, and I advise that you read and reflect on them in my email to you submitted on the 7th of April. I received the generic reply email back, so I know that you've got it. However, as yet I have not received a response. Matthew Garwood, a musician and performer by trade, went to a concert in his own time and posted a photo of it on his Facebook. The drama began when the description under the photo was taken out of context and two people on this council spoke to ABC National News with permission, I assume, and made ill-informed remarks about Ronnie Radke. Surely this breaches parts 1, 2 and 3 of your code of conduct. Radke was allowed to enter this country by our border force, and perhaps contacting the ABF to ask why would have been a better choice than the ABC. Radke and his followers reacted when the news made its way to the USA. We've been told that this fiasco is violence against women, but I don't believe it is. You were trolled online because you made choices that you put yourself in the line of fire. It wasn't an unprovoked attack, nor is it okay, but what it is bullying on so many levels, starting with this council. Private text messages were later given to the media that Matthew had surrendered to council in good faith. Toxic, opportunistic, small-minded, fear-based bullying seems to be the standard operating system for Tasmania from the top down, and it's been that way since the penal colony arrived. I, for one, am sick to death of it. Launceston could be leading by example with initiatives for our current crisis, yet you're nitpicking, attempting to crucify the mayor, who, unlike most of you, has the gumption to put himself out there, including on social media, and the ability to relate to regular everyday people. I have no confidence in you guys whatsoever. Will the CEO, PR and media teams and the two councillors who went to ABC National News take accountability for their role in this unnecessary drama, the consequent media frenzy, and issue a public statement of apology? Will the councillors who voted no confidence in Matthew Garwood and rejected his apologies honour the 6,000...
Yep, so Claire?
I just like to point out in the vote that a number of people were contacted by the ABC to make comment. I certainly did not vote for this.
Okay, was that with permission to speak to the ABC?
No, we won't get into back and
Okay.
forths.
Will the councillors who voted no confidence in Matthew Garwood and rejected his repeated apologies honour the 6,600 plus people who signed my petition and stand down as requested, as we have no confidence in your leadership as elected representatives? If you refuse to stand down, will you at least re-evaluate your seat at this table and start setting a real example of leadership, approachability and trustworthiness that this community deserves and urgently needs?
Thank you for the questions. We'll take those questions on notice. Thank
Thanks.
you. Further questions?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Kirsten from Newstead, 37 Birch Avenue. There appears to be a cultural acceptance of sexual assaults, violence, harassment, bullying and psychological abuse happening in our community, which is leaving a very detrimental effect on so many with poor outcomes. Not just in workplaces, but behind closed doors of homes, schools, electronically and many other community spaces, even within our homeless community members. There has to be a cultural reset that has to be led from the top. To hear from one of your own that I'm not qualified, I ask, qualified for what? I sure know that I'm qualified enough to make a stand today, to speak up, a voice for so many who are so afraid. I have 51 years lived experience and over 8 years firsthand of grassroots working alongside our most vulnerable and during COVID saving lives. Awarded with a finalist award at the Tasmanian Life Awards last year. I pride myself in the best interest for all. What is the point of us having work health and safety policies in place when in fact mostly they are not worth the paper they're written on, similar to having a protection order? It's a bit late once one is unalived or unable to function a normal working life. Those who have mental health issues or addictions just functioning day in and out without a roof, not even provided having a place to deposit rubbish. A cost of $150 per week to allow Strike It Out Inc., a community-owned space, to make payment to Launceston City Council for having the privilege. To lease a space for rubbish is unacceptable. What amount of dollars is allocated to Launceston City Council to go towards investing in our homelessness community? Please provide us with an itemised list of incomings and outgoings that are being brought and invested. The same goes for the Homelessness Advisory Committee. There's a grant of $50,000 to purchase tents, sleeping bags and camp chairs, which I've not witnessed that amount of such dollar value of what has been handed out to our homeless community members. These amounts should be made public and available for view on your website. I've previously requested to help with providing this information again, and I'm asking for this to be made available for everyone to view. Why is it so difficult for Launceston City Council to not provide Strike It Out with the name and direct contact of your community support worker? I've come to the front desk, emailed and many phone calls to not be given the answer. I've been emailed, we've been told to either snap, send, solve, phone, email, reach out or come to the front desk. I've already done all those. The other service organisations have been introduced to this person and have a rapport, but we've been withheld. Why? We have to go through the same channels as the general public. This city should already be rich enough with positive, healthy relationships providing for our people. You have a homelessness commitment of a statement. The City of Launceston plays an active role in the support of people who are experiencing homelessness and sleeping rough in Launceston. This support is offered alongside service providers who are best placed to respond to the needs of the community. So actions speak louder than words, and I'm not seeing any progress and certainly no prudence. I have a qualification as a facilitator in mental health first aid, as I'm passionate about what is most important, the heart of any business. So please feel free to contact me if you'd like to book your team in to complete their certificate. I feel that it should be mandatory at any management level to complete, just like a first aid certificate, and be the holder of a valid Working with Vulnerable People card. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll take those questions in there on notice also, Kirsten. Thank you. Further questions without notice? Okay, we'll move forward through the agenda. We have no petitions or deputations identified as a part of this agenda at 9 and 10, so we'll move into Planning Authority at 11. So, under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in this agenda under 11 Planning Authority. We've got first up at 11.1, 2 Invermay Road, which is sport and recreation. Before we do get to any recommendations, we will ask if there are noted speakers from the public. So just name and suburb, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, James Avery, Hobart. The application before Council today in relation to UTAS Stadium or York Park is fundamental to that venue's ability to host sporting, cultural, business, community and live entertainment events that will deliver substantial economic and social outcomes for Launceston and Northern Tasmania more broadly. It will future-proof the venue and ensure Launceston can attract better quality events and more of them. This project will deliver improved patron and fan experience, improved athlete experience at both the elite and community levels, greater capacity including greater accessibility, a greater level of compliance including meeting Sporting Code Tier 2 requirements, ensure business events and live concerts can be held at the venue, significant tourism, hospitality and retail benefits, and enhance the ability to promote Launceston on the national and international stage. As you've recently heard from the Hawthorn Football Club, who have called UTAS Stadium home for the past 25 years, and the Tasmania Football Club, who will shortly make history by entering the AFL and AFLW competitions at UTAS Stadium, this project is vital to their existence in Tasmania. When considering this application, it's imperative to recognise the associated timelines and user needs. As per the project program, main works are set to commence in July this year with a completion date of early to mid-2027. When you overlay this with the Tasmania Football Club's anticipated entry into the AFLW competition in 2027 and the AFL competition in 2028, it's clear to see that any significant delays in the main works would be catastrophic for the Devils establishment, particularly in their inaugural season when they plan to play the vast majority of their home games at UTAS Stadium. In addition, a significant delay would severely impede Launceston's ability to maximise the Hawthorn Football Club's home games in 2027 and beyond. Quite simply, a delay in works commencing in July this year will have dire consequences for both the Devils and the Hawks and an array of other venue users and therefore the wider Launceston community. We look forward to continuing to work with you on this vitally important project. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Further speakers to the item?
Hi there, Patrick Carroll from ERA Planning and Environment, Hobart. Dear Mayor, Councillors, Chief Executive Officer and staff, thank you for your time this afternoon to provide you with a deputation on the proposed redevelopment of UTAS Stadium. We are representing Stadiums Tasmania, and you have already heard from James Avery, who's provided an overview of the project and benefits to the city and the region. This application has been considered against the particular purpose zone and specific area plan that apply to the site, as well as all relevant codes under the planning scheme. As demonstrated in both our assessment and that of Council's consultant planner, the proposal satisfies each applicable standard. For the discretions, we have demonstrated that performance criteria can be met. Council's assessment concurs and subsequently recommends approval. The application in front of you this afternoon is supported by detailed studies including heritage, site contamination, traffic impact, noise assessment and inundation risk. This application has been thoroughly considered in its preparation. Council's infrastructure team has assessed the proposal and, as included in your agenda documentation, are supportive. Similarly, Council's heritage officers have assessed the proposal and are supportive of the redevelopment, comfortable that the heritage values of the site are not compromised. The report concludes that the elm tree is not listed under the Heritage Code and therefore has no protection under the Heritage Code of the planning scheme. I refer to section 5 of the agenda and to page 30 of the supporting report, which states that the elm cannot be considered by the planning authority. We have reviewed the proposed permit conditions as recommended by staff, and we are broadly satisfied with the conditions as drafted, as any amendments, however, may jeopardise the project's timelines and may have funding implications. In our view, there is a clear pathway in which councillors can approve the application, and we seek your support. Your support will ensure the facility maintains its Tier 2 status, and Launceston and the region can continue to reap the significant economic and social benefits of elite and community sport to continue to be held at the stadium. That's my time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Further speakers to 11.1?
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors. My name is Frank Rossell and I reside in South Launceston. I stand before you today, as I have previously in September of last year, to speak on behalf of the elm tree the proponent seeks approval to demolish as part of the UTAS Stadium upgrade development. Last year, the proponent failed in its bid to gain the approval of this council to demolish the tree. 5 councillors, imbued with the spirit of the Lorax, on that occasion said no, let's keep the tree. Now, as part of a much larger package, the proponent seeks the demolition of this particular elm tree once again. The proponent has given the council one option: removal. But I would suggest to the council there are actually 3 options with regards to the elm. 1 is removal. 2 is to keep the elm but amend a section of the proposed development of the stands, and I think that relates to a change room. And the 3rd option, we happen to have employed with the Launceston City Council one of the most experienced arborists in the state, and he has overseen large transplanting of trees of the size at UTAS Stadium successfully. So there is a 3rd option, and that is to, amazingly enough, I know it's a huge tree, but it is possible to transplant that tree and save it as option number 3. Now, I only have 2 minutes, and last time I was before you, I think I explained the reasoning as best I could in the 2 minutes that I had. So I stand by those comments that I made last September, that this is indeed, I think anyone who has seen this tree would agree it's a magnificent standout specimen. It adds to the value of the entrance of the stadium, and therefore it should be kept, in my opinion. I'll stick to my 2 minutes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rossell. Any further speakers to the item? Okay, we'll move forward to the recommendation, and that recommendation is that a permit be granted for sports and recreation, alterations and extensions to existing sporting stadium facilities, including tree removal, replacement of a light tower, development of a new stand, additional seating in the western stand, and redeveloping the eastern stand wing, which is subject to the published conditions. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Gibson. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the speakers. And Mr. Rossell, always interested in what you have to say in regards to your knowledge of trees, and note the 3 options that are probably open to us today. More broadly, it's a $130 million redevelopment of York Park UTAS Stadium that's been proposed to fit in relation to our Tier 2 stadium requirement that will be needed for that oval going forward. I, like most people around this room, don't rest easy when we have to remove trees. That's something we as a city, I think, are trying to go in the other way, is to actually plant more trees. It's also worthy of note that in this DA, there is the planting of more trees that come as a result of the removal of this tree and, I guess, the memorialising of this tree should it be removed. We've heard from the architects, Stadiums Tasmania, Hawthorn Football Club, Tasmanian Football Club in regards to their requirements and needs of the stadium. The architects went through the process of saying, can we redefine it so that the tree can stay? They showed the potential design of that, but then determined that that wasn't going to work and deliver the outcomes that they required and the need for what they need for future requirements of that stadium and the use of those facilities. The third issue that was raised by Mr. Rossell in relation to the saving of the tree and the transplanting of it, we've also received advice in regards to that, and none of this would be certain even if we were able to transplant it. The issue is to do it successfully. There's a significant time component in regards to cutting the roots, trimming the tree, and therefore perhaps not ending up with the tree that we have at the moment that we love dearly, and it's a beautiful tree, but it is not deemed to be a significant tree on the Heritage Register and therefore not deemed to have a listing under the Heritage Code. As much as I do like trees and as much as I do like this tree, there is also a development which I think is extremely crucial in relation to the future use of the oval that we have. I'll leave us with the thought that I believe that we certainly are going to treat this tree with respect in regards to its removal by taking photos of it and historically placing it in register, copies of those photos and its history. The actual timber from that tree are going to be repurposed and reused in and around the stadium, which will further sort of immortalise the tree and what it brought to the stadium. And there will be several trees that will be planted in and around the precinct to sort of replace the tree canopies that we are losing as a result of it. Whilst if we could have done it without, I would be happy. I'm convinced by the conversations that we've had and the reports we've had back from the various proponents in this matter that the tree is something which unfortunately is a sacrifice to enable us to continue to develop the property the way that we need to.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and I echo much of what the Deputy Mayor has said, and I also thank Councillor Walker for his advocacy and the notice of motion at the last meeting with regard to options, qualified advice, and thus options with regard to actions that could, or in his view should, be undertaken with regard to the tree, and certainly appreciate the advice that councillors were provided with, and also the regard and the way that Stadiums Tasmania has dealt with the desires of councillors pertaining to the tree. Specifically though, want to reference the proposal, and obviously sitting as a member of a planning authority, I'll limit my contribution to the 16 discretions that require the consideration of the council. But specifically as referenced on page 29 of the agenda items, the proposal, as Deputy Mayor said, seeks to use the 130 million, the 65 from both federal and state, to ensure that the facility is fit for purpose for Tier 2 competition, fit for purpose in terms of the untapped potential of events, concerts and the like, Big Bash cricket and other sporting leagues as well. And we are thankful for the work of this council and indeed hopeful the work of Stadiums Tasmania with this council moving forward will continue to see a variety of content played on the surface. Specifically though, the use and development scope as is included in today's agenda, as was presented to councillors at last week's workshop, looks at specific elements of the current infrastructure that will be demolished and replaced with new or upgraded infrastructure located on the centre west stand, the improvements to seating, which the Deputy Mayor also referenced, and importantly, the works to be undertaken on the eastern side of the stand of the stadium. And for me, at point 9, the construction and provision of the new concourse facilities, the connectivity and the redeveloped concourse which will link parts of the precinct to the stadium, and the new infrastructure with the new entry plaza is something that I think Launcestonians are looking forward to, something that we've long desired for the precinct and which I think is appropriate. And I'm pleased that in the plans that have been put forward that is able to be incorporated. Want to reference, as I did at the workshop last week, the certainty around what has been a confusing topic around capacity at the stadium, and note that in the development application and the documents that are contained within our agenda today, that yes, there is a reduction of overall patron capacity, but that there is an improvement and significant increase in seating capacity, some 3,124 seats, which I think is a really good thing for the stadium into the future. So following the Deputy Mayor, there's no doubt that a plethora of work has been undertaken, and I certainly acknowledge, and I'm sure Councillor Walker and others may speak to the tree, I acknowledge the work that's been undertaken there, but I also acknowledge the work that's been undertaken in order to preserve some of the iconic things that make our stadium what it is into the future use of the stadium. Some of the things contained within ensuring that the stand is not too high, that it maintains the views across the top of the stand to ensure that footage is able to appropriately depict Launceston, has all been really well reasoned and appropriately, I think, considered in terms of the desire to build bigger, to create additional capacity, but still ensure that the charm of York Park is maintained in any development. I acknowledge that 16 considerations in terms of the standards requiring planning discretion is considerable, but I think the nature of what it is in terms of being a stadium with regard to sound, with regard to noise, with regard to building heights, the activation of the ground floor, etc., are all captured appropriately in terms of the assessment of the DA. So I'll be supporting the DA as presented today, but doing so noting the work that was undertaken in an endeavour to do what we could pertaining to the tree, but also, from my perspective, appreciating what Stadiums Tasmania have told us they're going to do with the wood and with the narrative to ensure that the story is captured into the future with regard to that particular tree.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions around the table? I've got a question first from Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question in regard to access to the site and from bicycle, particularly. It mentions that it's on a bicycle way, but there is no provision for cycling or cycles to be secured either inside or inside the York Park precinct as such. Are you, perhaps you, through you, one of the council officers, may be able to provide why that is the case and where will people cycling to the event actually be able to secure their cycles when they get there? Having been in Melbourne recently, I've noticed that certainly many people do in fact cycle to both the MCG and Marvel Stadium and end up having to secure their cycles basically to a fence outside the stadium. So I just wondered what the situation will be for us here in Launceston.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. And through the Acting Executive Leader, Deegan, I'll let you nominate your team. Through George.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So under the planning scheme, you'd be aware of the car parking code, which sets out the table for requirements for car parking spaces and bicycle parking spaces. That's based on use classes. In this instance, sport and recreation use class doesn't require any specific bicycle parking spaces. That would be the planning reason as to why it hasn't been shown. That's not to say that it can't be provided in the future, though, if that's the decision of the proponent to provide that.
Cool. Thank you. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. I stand to support this DA today. I'd like to acknowledge that in the last time this was before us, I voted against the DA so that we had an opportunity to go away and understand what the opportunities were to save the elm tree. I'm comfortable and confident that the information before us expresses all of the opportunities. I know there'll be more conversation about this afternoon, but I felt it important that I stood up and explained why I was going to support this DA after having previously not done so. I think the memorialisation of the tree is entirely appropriate. I think that, you know, carbon can be stored, beautiful objects can be made. It's very clear that wood makes beautiful objects. So I'm hoping in this instance the same will occur and that we can now go on to realise this very important project for the city.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Kai.
Okay, honest truth, I haven't really decided. But there's a couple of things I'd like to point out. So following the last unsuccessful attempt to remove the elm tree DA application around the table, we had a meeting with Minister Streets, and during that meeting we were told that there would be more consultations and updates with councillors regarding the design and upgrades of the UTAS stadium. However, this has not happened, and we did not get any updates until last week. So that's a bit of a disappointment there. The other second disappointment I have is that to have all this development application incorporating the tree with it. So proposing the removal of this magnificent tree as part of the DA, it makes it extremely challenging to decide, because if we choose to oppose the planning officer's recommendation to approve this DA, it will come across as that we do not support the $130 million upgrade of our UTAS stadium, which is not really the case. So I do want to support the upgrade, but then on the other hand, we do still have the tree there to consider. Now, I do believe that, you know, some architectural designs could have been better, and I have seen many incredible designs around the world where they have successfully incorporated the heritage trees into their structures. And unfortunately, we haven't achieved that here today, so I will just wait and see what everyone else has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kai. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, Councillor Kai raises some interesting points about why couldn't the elm tree be accommodated, and to a degree that has been addressed by the presentation last week, where there are certain demands of a footprint required for any change rooms that is to be developed as part of this new stand, which required it to come back. It is constrained by the oval in front and the two existing stands at the side, so therefore the only way to provide the actual footprint required for this stand is to in fact head towards the elm tree, not only into the elm tree's roots and airspace, such that there will also be infrastructure upgrades for sewerage and water, power and possibly communications as well, which will require the root structure to be disturbed. As such, relocation of the elm tree is really our only option, not trying to build around the elm tree. Relocation could be achieved, but the chances of success are limited. Experience shows us that only 1 in 5 will actually succeed. Whilst that might be worthy of a chance, we're also told that the developers wish to start by the 1st of July, and there will still be games ongoing at York Park, not only with the AFL up till the weekend of the 19th of July, but also for the NTFA right through until September. But I do understand their timelines, because they want to be ready for the 22 years, it must be 2027, 28 season that they will be ready for, and particularly 2028 when the Tasmanian Devils will commence playing their games, as mentioned. And of course, the AFL games brings an incredible financial benefit to the city, and we are, unfortunately, we have to make a decision to either support or not support. If you support most of it, but not parts of it, you have to decide how important those bits you don't support are in the whole thing. We aren't here to tell a proponent to take a story off the top of their building or to rearrange the layout of their stands. We either approve their development application as put before us or we don't. And in this particular case, I will be standing to support the redevelopment of York Park as presented. And whilst I would really love to have found a way to keep the elm tree, it simply does not seem possible, and its relocation, its chances of success are minimal. And so as a realist inside me says, you can't make an omelette without cracking some eggs. So let's move forward, and in a few years' time, hopefully the 4 new trees that have been planted will in fact look like they've always been there. And whilst the elm tree may not be there, it will be remembered either in timber that is used for seating, or perhaps even inside the new stadium building around the place as well. But it is a difficult decision, and I do appreciate why others are perhaps just hanging back to see what is else to be said about this before they stand to make a public stand on it. But I, for one, will be supporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions? Councillor Walker?
I would like to hear a bit more talk about the tree. I don't think there's been a tree that's been more talked about in years. And of course, York Park, the home of AFL in Tasmania, a spectacular development, not to put my personal opinions forward, but nonetheless to see that development take fruition in Launceston would be a great thing if it's successful today. It's a well-loved ground of 125 years, at least 75 years of which the Dutch elm tree stood beside that ground. I thank people such as Mr. Rossell for stepping forward, lending their expertise. I've had other arborists who've come to me as well. I did move a notice of motion 3 weeks ago that we seek a memorandum of understanding with Stadiums Tasmania to find a way forward, because of course the tree doesn't care about the planning scheme. Humans don't care about the planning scheme in this respect. You care about the natural environment around you and what is important there. And what is important in this case is a tree that's provided shade, provided joy to people long before any of us existed in this city. So then the efforts to move forward, because we note that the representations against this development today are purely and squarely based around the tree. I sought to have a memorandum of understanding with Stadiums Tasmania, and I thank them for the work that they have done. I understand that it may be difficult to do a different type of development, that the tree has to move. But if that's the case, we're intelligent people. We can find solutions. We are put in these positions to find solutions. And the solution here has presented itself as eminently possible that the tree can be moved. Unfortunately, an ideal timeline for that would be 2 years, 2 seasons, and we don't have that. But what I did think that we had was at least until the end of this football season, and what advice I have been given by professionals, not amateur arborists around the table, but professionals, is that yes, at the end of this season, the tree would stand a good chance of being moved if its preparation for that is started immediately. The preparation probably should have started 6 months ago when Stadiums Tasmania first applied to have the tree removed as a separate DA. But it hasn't. It still hasn't happened now. We've heard ambit claims of $400,000 to move a tree. A recent report saying that it would be less than, let's say less than 10% around 10% of that. So there can, wild and varied sort of claims. Meanwhile, time marches on. Stadiums Tasmania wish to start this by July the 1st. I would implore, and I stand today to support the DA, because I think this is a magnificent investment in Launceston's sporting future. But I would implore Stadiums Tasmania, and I note with James Avery here today to speak in favour of the development, I would implore Stadiums Tasmania to reassess their approach and their timeline over the coming months in order to facilitate the potential relocation of the Dutch elm tree in 6 months' time. Because otherwise we're saying, for the sake of 3 months, a tree that's been standing at least 75 years, and some people say closer to 100 years in that location, that its fate is sealed. And of course, we can memorialise the tree. And we can take cuttings, we can plant seedlings, we can do all sorts of things. But this is an opportunity to have a good news story and a good outcome for Stadiums Tasmania, for the City of Launceston and for the people, and a statement of intent that we do work together to find solutions. It's a pity that I have to stand here talking about a tree when, in actual fact, this is a development application for a stadium. It is a real pity. So I will, in good faith, be supporting this development application today. And I will ask, in good faith, that we do not give up on finding a 3-month window between the start of July and the end of September in which we can facilitate the relocation of that tree. And in the end, it might only be 50 metres across the park, or it might be 5 kilometres away. But I do believe it's possible, and I do believe that we're intelligent enough to achieve that. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, and I thank the speakers for being here today, James, Patrick and Frank. Thank you very much. Thank you, in fact, for coming along to several council meetings and speaking on behalf of the Dutch elm tree and Stadiums Tasmania. Look, I can stand here today and speak really, really confidently that I believe, it's my opinion, that we have been briefed every step of the way from Stadiums Tasmania and the state government. The facts are this is a $130 million investment into our city. And echoing James, this is going to improve the social outcomes, better quality events, fans, athlete experience, better for business, better for tourism, AFL, AFLW, and my fellow councillor just mentioned 125 years. We've heard lots of stories about this stadium over the years and the experiences that people have grown up with, about people sneaking through the bushes at the front of the stadium and having a great time there. So for me, it's about the future. For me, it's about my children. For me, it's about their children and making sure that this stadium is still there in 125 years. What an amazing outcome this will be for our city for the future, and I fully support it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Any further contributions? Deputy Mayor to close.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for their contributions. And again, it's been an interesting ride. We've got 16 discretions in here and we've spoken about them. I think Councillor Gibson mentioned them and they've all been dealt with adequately. The tree, unfortunately, isn't heritage listed and therefore is actually not a planning consideration. It's more an emotional consideration. And I will make the comment that many, many years ago when I was younger, I used to camp out in the hedge at the northern end. The hedge at the northern end is no longer there, making way for progress. And unfortunately, this seems to be the fate of the elm tree to enable us to develop the stadium to where we think it needs to go. I accept the comments made by Mr. Rossell and Councillor Walker and others. I think we all have an empathy to the tree. And if there was something that could be done, and I like the concept of keeping to work with it, Councillor Walker, and if we can continue to exercise this discussion outside of the DA, then I'm happy to do so. But I think today we need to make the decision that this development needs to go ahead. I don't see anything in the performance criteria and the recommendations by our consultant that should stop us from going ahead and voting in favour of this development application.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 11.2, we have 74 Talbot Road, South Launceston. Now, before we do get to the recommendation, we will open it up to the community to speak on this one. I will just go through the list, and I believe we have Ms. Round, Michelle first. Thank you.
First of all, I should say that this proposal has caused me considerable distress, and I really appreciate the fact that councillors, so many of you, have taken the time to speak with me and visit my home, which will be the most severely impacted given that I live right next door. This building, the proposed building, is massive. rising 3 stories up to 9 metres on Sandhill Lane and 6 metres on the eastern side. It gets to be massive because of some substantial breaches of the building envelope and also setbacks, all muddied by a confusion over where the actual frontage of the building is. Significant for me is the almost catastrophic loss of amenity and privacy in the large open plan kitchen, living and dining area of my main room, which looks through the main western windows and will be looking straight into the 3rd story of that building. There's also a big loss of privacy and amenity on my deck, which faces north and west, and that's not been factored into any of the modelling in the planning docs. The scale and the building envelope bridges mean that overshadowing is unreasonable, particularly in my garden. I've planted the garden with deciduous trees to maximise winter sunlight. The overshadowing begins at about 10 a.m. in the winter solstice and is complete by 3 p.m. Contrary to the developer's application documents, my home is not in an elevated position in relation to the proposed build. In fact, if at some point you can refer back to page A200 of the planning documents, that shows the actuality. The roof of the proposed is actually higher than my western-facing windows, which are in that main room. This is a build in a backyard, and it's inappropriate for that space. I hope the council will take pause for now and for the future to consider the style, the scale and the impact on neighbours of infill projects in the city. And so I ask the council please reject this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Round. Mr. Philpott.
Good afternoon and thanks for the opportunity. I'm Craig Philpott. I have a property at 72 Talbot Road. I just wanted to make a statement, but as supporting information, and this relates more to the condition of Sandhill Lane. So Sandhill Lane, the ownership is an unknown deceased estate. The title reference is unknown. From the planning report, the laneway is not considered to be a road by definition of the scheme. The applicant sought a performance solution for vehicle access. The planning report makes no reference to that performance solution, dismisses it on the basis that it's not a road by definition. An acceptable standard for a vehicle access in this circumstance is a 5.5 metre wide paved surface. Sandhill Lane has a section of paved road 3.1 metres wide with an open rock drain to its western edge of more than 1 metre drop. This would not satisfy safety requirements for a residential deck. Sandhill Lane cannot satisfy any standard of safety for vehicle access. And just as a rhetorical question, who covers public liability? So my statement is, the recommendation to approve DA 0057/2025, if adopted, will bring about the intensification of use of a substandard right-of-way. Neither the development application or the planning report address resolution of this. Therefore, the recommendation to approve must be rejected. It is the people that share access to the lane that it seems will become responsible for the management of that lane, for the liabilities connected with that lane, and for its upgrade. To imagine that at some point 21 people are going to go through the process of the engineering requirements to upgrade that road and have some cohesion and outcome is just beyond my comprehension. The advice that I've got from knowledgeable elderly professionals is that an application of this nature should bear the cost of development of the lane to an acceptable standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott. We've got Jeremy next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. Firstly, I would like to say that I'm actually pro-development. I really appreciate the need to increase density in urban environments, and I like the approach to infill. But I don't believe it has to come at the cost of amenity, privacy and character that exists in the community already. We believe that this proposal will have a significant impact in these areas, and it relies exclusively on a technicality to exploit the scheme for individual benefit at the detriment of the community. The proposal as it stands, exceeds its building envelope, creates significant visual impact, setback and privacy concerns. Proposed dwelling is 2.2 metres from and stands 9 metres above the laneway. This impact has not been considered fully as the technical frontage is considered from Talbot Road. In all practical perspectives, the property fronts Sandhill Lane. Its driveway's on Sandhill Lane, its garage is on Sandhill Lane, its front door's on Sandhill Lane, its only access is on Sandhill Lane. When the councillors and the planners visited the site, you visited Sandhill Lane, you didn't go to Talbot Road. So I would suggest that the DA needs to go back for assessment and be considered as if its frontage was Sandhill Lane. Additionally, the laneway is not suitable. If you are to approve the development, which I would hope you wouldn't in its current form, it needs to come with significant conditions around the structural integrity of the laneway to make sure it is suitable, not just for the construction load that it's going to bear, but for the traffic impacts it's going to have. We would suggest also a securing of a bond and guarantees for any remediation that's required for damage caused on that lane during its construction period, and also some significant guarantees around access rights for particularly the construction period, where it's very likely trade vehicles and trucks will need to be parking in the lane, which will significantly impede existing access. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Rice. I've got Mr. Ponting next. Merv.
My name is Merv Ponting of 76A Talbot Road, South Launceston. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposed development at 74 Talbot Road, which directly impacts my property and raises several serious concerns. Firstly, the development's height and bulk, alongside minimal setback, will loom over Sandhill Lane, overshadow nearby residents, and is completely out of character with other properties in the area. It also risks property damage due to significant excavation and construction works in an area known for landslip. I believe it is vital that a thorough landslip assessment be undertaken and protection works be required as a formal condition, both to safeguard adjacent properties and to ensure responsible and safe building practices. Secondly, Sandhill Lane is my family's only vehicular access, critical for our day-to-day movement to work, school and childcare. The lane is already narrow and poorly maintained. If tradespeople or residents of the newly developed block block our access, even temporarily, we face serious disruption and safety concerns, particularly in an emergency where immediate ingress and egress is critical. Given these issues, I respectfully urge the Council not to approve this development until it fully addresses the site's stability, enforces robust protection measures, and confirms a management plan that keeps Sandhill Lane accessible at all times. Further, I recommend the Council consider taking responsibility for the development and ongoing maintenance of Sandhill Lane before allowing additional infill projects that rely solely on this fragile access way. Thank you for your attention to these matters.
Great, thank you. Further speakers?
Yes.
Please. Just name and suburb.
Yep. George Darby, South Launceston. I live 2 doors from the development. And I should say I've actually got a development approved 2 doors down from the block. I've just put together a couple of concerns that I've got. I believe the council needs to take over the lane and bring it up to safety standards prior to any more development on the lane.
I've written to the engineering department about that, and they said individual residents are responsible for that, which is practically impossible for a range of reasons. So, yeah, it's not possible or equitable to expect the landholders of that lane to actually bring it up to standard. It must be viewed from Sandhill Lane, this development. When the block was for sale, I actually looked at, and I've forwarded this correspondence to all the councillors, I looked at purchasing it and asked if it could be developed at the rear. The council planning officer wrote back to me and said no, because it doesn't meet the following performance criteria, which I'll pass on to you. The first performance criteria is the number of other lots which have the land subject to the right of carriageway as their sole or principal mean of access. So just made some notes on that. Currently 7 properties use the lane as their sole access. There's about 150 metres where you literally can't pass each other. So that's quite unsafe. Currently, there's another 8 properties that use it as their secondary access. So there's significant passing issues. Moving on. Another issue that the council officer wrote back to me about was the distance between the lot or building area and the carriageway, the nature of the road and the traffic, and the ability for emergency services to access the site. So those were all concerns that the council officer wrote back to me and said, we won't approve a development. Moving along. So there's no turning circle in the lane. People literally have to turn onto Jeremy or my block or a range of other blocks to get by. No rubbish collected, inadequate stormwater and inadequate access for emergency services. For these reasons, I believe the council should upgrade the lane and take in its maintenance prior to any further developments. That was a rush. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Any more speakers to the item before we get to the recommendation? Okay. There being none, we do have the recommendation that has been published. But Councillor Harris?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an alternative motion if we can. Would you like me to read that out now? Okay. So the alternative motion that I wish to move in this particular case, that in accordance with sections 51 and 57 of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993 and the Tasmanian Planning Scheme Launceston, a permit be refused for DA 0057 of 2025, residential construction of an additional dwelling with access over Sandhill Lane at 74 Talbot Road on the following grounds. 1, clause 8.4.2, setbacks in building envelope for all dwellings, performance criteria 3. The proposal will cause an unreasonable loss of amenity to the adjoining properties due to the visual impact caused by its protrusions outside of the building envelope. Point 2, clause 2.6.1, construction of parking areas, performance criteria P1. The access way, and in particular Sandhill Lane, is not constructed to an appropriate standard. And third ground, clause 2.6.2, design and layout of parking areas, performance criteria P1. The access way, and in particular Sandhill Lane, is not considered to be convenient or safe. So I wish to move that as the motion for this particular item. Thank you.
Excellent. Seconded. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. I'll now speak on it. As we've heard, and thank you to the 5 speakers who came along today, this is a difficult one where the council planners had originally recommended that it be approved based on the fact that it was a second dwelling on the same lot of 74 Talbot Road. It wasn't a subdivision, it was in fact just a second dwelling, and it happened to be using Sandhill Lane as the access. However, as all of the speakers have said, the reality is you would never be able to access Talbot Road from this dwelling. You're lucky to do it on foot, let alone in a vehicle, and as such is really fronting onto Sandhill Lane. Now, Sandhill Lane has clearly over time allowed some development to occur, particularly further down the lane, which just continues to add to the problem. And I hope my fellow councillors are here to say that it's time for us to stop have a relook at this, but in doing so, we have to stop this development application, because if Sandhill Lane was of sufficient standard to operate as a road, and as I think someone did mention, it would need to be at least 5.5 metres wide all the way along. This development application still has many issues, including where it protrudes from the building envelope, and in fact stands over 9 metres tall. Now, that could be adjusted by a change to the building form that could be set back on the 3rd level, back into the hill further, therefore reducing some of the impact on Sandhill Lane. But as I said about the UTAS Stadium, we aren't here to decide or make changes on the fly. We are here to address, as presented, whether we agree or disagree with what has been proposed. And in this particular case, I'm asking my fellow councillors to support me and deny the approval based on the 3 reasons given. And then I would hope that, separate to this matter, that council would then start to look at what could be done with Sandhill Lane in a way to bring it up to an acceptable standard as a roadway that could be maintained by council. However, all of those who access it and those who would benefit from it need to be aware that council is not in the business of providing new roads as such in a development. Any new subdivision usually requires that a subdivider to provide the access road to a standard, at which point council then takes over the ownership of that road. And how that would happen, I'm not sure, but we'll leave that for another day. But at this stage, I am asking that my fellow councillors support the refusal of this development application.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson is the seconder.
Thanks so much, and I thank Councillor Harris for almost all of his words. I certainly don't thank him for the suggestion that we would be cutting off a story or doing something as quasi as that on the run. That is not the role of the Planning Authority. But what I do think is the role of the Planning Authority is to consider when there is adverse impact from the development proposal put forward, and in line with the standards that require discretion for this particular DA, there were 5. And thus a recommendation for refusal as proposed by Councillor Harris, seconded by myself, relies on 3 of them as outlined when Councillor Harris read out. 1, the proposal will cause unreasonable loss of amenity to the adjoining properties, and I think we heard one, perhaps the person most impacted by the size and scale of the proposal, reference the impact that it will have on her, noting that it's a 3-storey development application, noting that it's a 4-bedroom development application, noting that the representatives in their written communication and also in their spoken word today have all indicated that they understand and in most cases support development and infill, and understand that that is going to be the likelihood in the blocks that abut them, but that the scale and the bulk and the impact on one's amenity with this particular DA certainly steps outside what is regarded as appropriate. Thus, clause 8.4.2, setback and building envelope of the dwellings performance criteria 3 is triggered. As Councillor Harris also referenced with regard to the construction of the parking areas relying on performance criteria P1, and indeed the design and layout at C2.6.2. I think importantly, the 10 representations that were received all spoke of the willingness and knowledge that this is a part of Launceston that is ripe for infill development. However, there is a strategic body of work that needs to be undertaken by someone. I think the council in its visit to the site has realised that the strategic body of work required with regard to Sandhill Lane needs to be undertaken by us. And outside this DA process, we will seek to have that body of work included in a future strategic plan or similar, so that we can allocate the necessary funds to do it. But that at this particular time, based on those two performance criteria listed, and importantly, based on the size and scale of the DA put forward, that it should be refused. So I want to make it very clear from my perspective, it is not just because of the access issues contained within the frontage, in fact, being off Sandhill Lane and not off Talbot Road, but it is also on the unnecessary and inappropriate impact that will be caused by those neighbouring homes as a result of the 3-storey bulk and size and outside the envelope scale of this DA. I want to say in concluding that the determination or consideration of an alternate motion is in no way a reflection on our planning staff. This is simply a borderline decision, which is the will of the council to consider such things. The manager of planning himself said that it could be considered borderline. Indeed, the reliance on performance criteria suggests that there are specific things that need to come into play, and thus that is why it is considered by councillors. So in no way a reflection on the professional approach by our planning officers. Indeed, everything that's contained within the justification for recommending approval is acknowledged and appreciated, but I think that the things that sit outside it in terms of the 5 discretions and indeed the 3 that have been contained within the recommendation for refusal warrant councillors to consider, and on the basis of those 3, I today will be supporting the recommendation put forward by Councillor Harris that we refuse this DA.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. As we've had the mover and the seconder, I just want to open to contributions around the table, but just being ensuring that we don't emphasise too much on what's already been said as well. I think it's been quite clear, but that's not to say you can't have your personal reflections, but let's just keep it succinct as well. Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Pentridge.
Thank you, and I won't double down on what's already been said. I just wanted to make 2 acknowledgements. I do want to acknowledge comments made by Councillor Gibson in regard to our officers and their report. I think 2 things that need to be important is that, one, the planning scheme's changed several times, and since 2022, or whenever the last one was put up, there was a different planning scheme that we're operating under, and some of those buildings and properties were rezoned through that process to, I think, residential and whatever that's, was the other one? Yeah, low res. So there's been a couple of changes there. I think the way that this has been put forward is the primary frontage, because it is still the one block, it hasn't been subdivided, is Talbot Road. Whether we like it or not, that's the way it's treated under the planning scheme. So I just really wanted to make those 2 points clear, because that does reference some of the issues that are reported in by the officers. But again, I think the reasons for why we are looking to refuse this application have been well articulated in the motion that's been put forward, so I won't say any more.
Great, thank you, Deputy. Councillor Pentridge.
I'd like to assure everyone that's listening and the people in this room that we are definitely a diverse and not a divided council. I think we're a pretty good council, but I can't believe a lot of this. I might start off by apologising to everyone, on one hand, for the time that this has all taken to look at this development, which I think is out of place, not in the fact of the location, but in the road services, which is Sandhill Lane. Right, I mean, it's totally inappropriate. Secondly, I need to thank you for giving our staff something to do. It saves them going to a lot of trouble to find new things to do. It's better to repeat things they've already done. Right? It was knocked back in 2002 because it was ludicrous then. I can assure you 3 years by hasn't made it any better. It's still ludicrous. It should never have gone this far. The person who put the development forward, I'm truly sorry for him. He's obviously spent a fair bit of money for nothing. I'm sorry all you people have been wasted. I'm sorry wasting your time. I'm sorry that I'm here, not making a fool of myself, but being very, I feel sorry for this community and the money it constantly wastes on things that it shouldn't be wasting. you know, and, but I want to make, and I'll make one last point. Those people of Talbot Road and people associated with Sandhill Road, you're dreaming if you think we're going to put something forward as a council. And I'm only speaking from what I've seen. You want something done, and God only knows it's long overdue, then get off your bums and do something. It is a nice piece of land that should be developed, but it can't be developed under the conditions that's there at the moment. So I'm suggesting you all get together and approach this council and have something done about it. Or, as Gandhi once said, you know, the law must be abided by. But if the law is wrong, change it. So it's balls in your court. If you just want something done to Sandhill Road, then you put it to us and make sure it happens. I think that's about enough.
Thank you. Further contributions? To close then, please, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, fellow councillors, for your contribution. I look forward to seeing how others will now vote on this. Just a reminder that we are voting to refuse the DA at this stage based on the 3 reasons given. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. So putting it to the vote, all those in favour of refusing? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. 11.3, we have 101 Elfin Road, Newstead. We'll just wait for a moment, just pause for a moment. Thank you, speakers. Okay, so 101, and before we get to recommendations, Mr. Britton.
Alderman and Mr. Mayor, I'm Graham Britton. I live at 101 Elfin Road, Newstead, which is exactly opposite the local shop that you have in front of you for review and approval, if you so desire. I've only been given 2 minutes to speak, and I know that it will take me 4 minutes to go through this, so I would ask you to get out your copy and have it in front of you, and I'm sure that you could read it faster than I can read it out to you, but I would ask that you look at the 11 points that I have put there in the middle to do with the loss of amenity for me and my neighbours if this proposal goes ahead. And this was the subject of an approval by the Resource Management and Planning Tribunal 29 years ago, and they put 35 conditions on this approval, and I would like you to consider the 8 conditions that I have put there, and I would like you to consider the plan at the bottom here, which was done by Mr. Ragg, the proponent's architect, in which the corner of the proposed addition was taken off so that the residents of 103 Elfin Road wouldn't lose their afternoon sun. So it's up to you. I would urge you to stand in my shoes and see what it's like to live near a local shop which wants to be more than a local shop, and consider what you have to do. Now, I have to go. I'm sorry, I have a medical appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Any further speakers to item 11.3? Okay, there being none, we'll move to that recommendation, with the recommendation being that a permit be granted for general retail and hire residential construction of alterations and additions to existing local shop and dwelling at 101 Elfin Road, Newstead, subject to the published conditions. That's been moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Councillor Gibson.
Look, just briefly, understanding the 2 discretions that require our consideration today regarding setback and car parking numbers, and also appreciating the representations, including the images that have been provided, including the old image of the Newbank truck from a period of time that I'm not quite sure about. But we certainly appreciate receiving the representations and acknowledge the care for community that Mr. Britton and the others who have responded provide. I think for me that the understanding of this being a local shop to service local residents is understood and in line with the scheme. It's also, I think, understood really that it's the kind of service that if car parking is unavailable, then you don't frequent the business. You simply keep going. You find another shop to shop at, or indeed perhaps you go around a very large block and come back again, I'm not sure. But the idea of local being able to service local is key to our scheme. The work, I think, that the developer has done trying to work with neighbours and representatives is understood and appreciated, notwithstanding the impact that no doubt is caused when one lives on a major road. And the letter asks us to imagine what that's like. One chooses to live where one chooses to live. The shop has been a shop for a considerable period of time, and I'll be supporting the DA today.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll keep my contribution really short. I too acknowledge Mr. Britton and his concerns and those of his fellow residents that do have concerns. But I stand today to fully support Mr. Ragg and his development proposal here. I think it's going to absolutely add value to the streetscape, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Gibson. If there's no car park there, you simply keep going, which is unfortunate for Mr. Ragg, but better for someone else down the road. But yeah, I think absolutely this will increase business there. Of course it will. It'll increase patronage. Yes, it will. Will it increase the things that they're having there? Yes, it will. And I think that only adds value. So I do fully support this, and I hope that my fellow councillors do as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge.
I think Mr. Ragg needs to be congratulated that he's going to all this trouble to provide a service for all the people in the area. He's a very wealthy man, so he can afford to contribute. He doesn't really need clients. He just wants to build a nice shop and at least give people the opportunity for them to come around and try his food. I'll be supporting it too, and good luck to him.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. We might just refrain from personal commentary of people's social standings and their financial standings.
I'm sorry, I don't even like the man, to be honest. Huh?
That's what we're talking about, Councillor Pentridge. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Look, having lived about 100 metres from this shop for 30 years of my life, I pretty well know the space and where it works. The reality is cars go past there every day. They stop every day. They drop their kids off at the preparatory school. They drop their kids off at Scotch Oakburn. They go to the shop, or they don't go to the shop if the shop has got no parking spaces outside of it. So I think in regards to the parking aspects of it, it's really just anybody comes and goes. If you're going to a shop, you're not parking there all day either. So the actual movement of traffic is actually going to continue on. You look over the hill, you've got Alps and Amici and things like that, and what it actually adds to the community in that area. So I think the fact that it's going from a local shop to a shop is actually to be a credit to them. It adds more competition and more local flavour, and it fits the planning scheme.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions? Councillor Harris.
Just briefly, just to not repeat others, but I do believe that this enhancement of going from a local shop to a shop actually makes that whole area a better community, because people will be able to walk to the shop. They won't have to drive perhaps to the Kmart or down the road to the Newstead Shopping Centre. They will be able to walk. And as one who lived in Norwood and didn't believe that the Norwood IGA would work, I can tell you that the Norwood IGA works exceptionally well, and many people do walk or ride their bike to the shop. And I believe that this will be the case in this one, and it does help build the local community, which is a very important part of our role. And as others have said, if there's no parking spot there and you're just driving past, continuing on, perhaps to Norwood, you might go to one of the other shops further down the road. Happy to support today.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Question, if I may. Thank you, Chair. Under C 2.0 Code, the Parking and Sustainable Transport Code, the purpose of the Parking and Sustainable Transport Code is to ensure the appropriate level of parking facilities is provided to service use and development. When you say that that facilities are provided, in this case it can only mean what is provided by the streetscape, not what is provided by the development. Would that be correct?
Acting Executive Leader Deegan. To Richard.
I think we look at all the parking available in the area on street and off street.
Yeah, so I suppose my concern is that our assessment there is that it's consistent that the proposal meets the code purpose as an appropriate level of parking and access has been provided for the use. Has been provided makes me just, very pragmatic, interpretation of that line makes me think that the parking has been provided. Because in other words, every property that is on a road, in other words, every property that exists in Launceston has provided parking unless there's no parking in that particular street. I'm just struggling to understand how to interpret the concept of has been provided.
I think the important thing here is that we look at the context of the use and the parking that is provided, and that we determine whether that's appropriate for the characteristics of that use. There are many shops in Launceston that don't provide parking, Alps and Amici being one, for example, and others that do, like supermarkets. But the impact of Alps and Amici and the impact of Coles Newstead are very different. And so it's essentially a judgment call based on the performance criteria about whether we think the 5-minute stops at the local shop, parking on the road, are okay. And in this case, we've determined that given there is a short-term bay out the front, and the local residents are well served with driveways and etc., that there is capacity on the road to service the use. Yeah, and there is parking at the back for staff.
Thank you, Speaker, if I may, Chair. Yeah, and look, and I fully understand, and I'm sure that most people would accept that that is a reasonable interpretation of the code. I tend to think that that could be challenged, that the concept of has been provided is something that could be extremely open to interpretation as a concept. I'm not sure, case study of those things being tested, but what we have here, and it's interesting that the example of Alps and Amici, which is not far away as the crow flies, is being put forward for a road, Abbott Street, which would probably receive maybe 1 or 2/10 of the amount of traffic, 13,500 car movements daily on Elfin Road. There might only yet be 10% of that on, who would know? But, it may be, somewhat disingenuous to make that comparison. Similar type shops, I agree, very different locations. And the idea that on Elfin Road, which is reasonably narrow there, and there is provision for pedestrians to have a traffic island to cross, which is great. But the idea that someone does see a parking spot and all of a sudden decides to reverse park into that parking spot, because as we have all agreed, if there's a parking spot there, you may choose to use it, which may mean you stop, reverse into that parking, get it right the first time if you're lucky, maybe move on if you think it's too difficult. I think that's extremely problematic. And I think in the context of has been provided, it's even more problematic that we are saying we can increase the volume of use of that shop. And I do accept the arguments that, yes, perhaps more people will walk or ride their bike as a consequence of that. But what won't change is the amount of cars that come along Elfin Road, and the concept that likely will be more people trying to stop there, trying to pull out, trying to reverse park, etc. That's my biggest problem with it. I'm sure everyone can appreciate it. I hope I've elucidated that well enough. There is a shop there already. It's an existing use. Its expansion, to me, is problematic without the provision of parking.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Corrie with a question.
Yes, so I'd just like to clarify. So what is required as far as parking goes by the planning scheme and what is provided by the developer?
It is in the report, so we'll just bring that up.
Reiterate.
The assessment is contained on page 19 of the planning report. So the first part of the question, in the response, in the report addressing the performance criteria, it talks about general retail and hire requiring one space per 30 square metres, and the residential requiring one space per bedroom or two spaces for 3 bedrooms. So just quoting from the report, the existing shop has a floor area of 161 square metres with an additional 89 metres proposed. Therefore, 3 additional car spaces are required for the proposed floor area of the shop, and the number of bedrooms remains at 3. The existing 2 spaces are sufficient for the dwelling. As a result, 3 additional spaces are required for the proposal, but no additional car parks are being provided. Therefore, the performance criteria must be addressed. So in simple terms, the development would require 3 additional spaces.
So what was the total? As in, what was the total required?
7. Yeah, I think the important thing here, though, is
Councillors?
We're only considering the extension. So we're only considering the impact of the extension. Yeah, so they have 4 parks at the rear. The extension would require 3 parks. And so a dispensation is being sought for the impact of the extension. We're not reconsidering the existing use.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Any further contributions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Gibson to close.
Thanks so much, and thanks to those that have made a contribution. I think in terms of perspective, it's really important we understand that whilst, yes, there is going to be an increase of some 90 or 89 square metres of floor space, that this isn't a huge development. This is a kind of a, similar to what they're doing at the Hadspen Mini Mart. They're changing it and reconfiguring the aisles and ensuring that there is availability of products that are suitable for the client base. Definitely understand the questions being asked with regard to the addition upstairs, understand the reduction in the width of the driveway, but I just think in perspective we need to understand what we're dealing with. The addition that sees us move from 161 square metres through to 250. Thus, that means that the local shop trigger is considered being larger than 200 square metres, and I think the justification with regard to the 2 planning discretions have been adequately covered, and it deserves unanimous support today.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All of those in favour? Those against? Councillor Walker and Councillor Kai against. The motion is carried. Council no longer sits as a planning authority, and if it is the will of the table, we might take a 5-minute bathroom break. councillors. We'll continue to move through the agenda. Announcements by the Mayor at 12. They're published as a part of this agenda, just noting that the last 3 engagements were not attended by myself. 13.
Sorry,
Councillor-
just a question. The Local Government Association Mayors and Deputy Mayors workshop, I know that the deputy was unable to be there. Was there anything worthwhile discussed at that council should be aware of?
Oh, sure. We can provide a report as to what was spoken on in the agenda that was provided to councillors upon going, for sure.
Yep. And the opportunity, I think was there a financial workshop or something in the morning?
We can provide all of those documents and information to you, Councillor Gibson. That's no worries at all.
You attended?
I went and left at 10:30.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Councillor reports at 13. Councillor Kai.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate Professor Councillor George Vase for his amazing work in organising his Dementia Walking Day, which took place on the 30th of March. This event aimed to raise awareness and support for individuals living with dementia and their families. The walk was relatively short and easy. It started from the Seaport Bridge and we walked along the Seaport walking track to Stillwater Restaurant and back. So that was covering a total of 3 Ks. As Professor Raze emphasised, that walking just 3 Ks a day can reduce the risk of dementia by 25%. So well done and thank you to Professor Raze. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, just a couple of things. Yesterday, Councillor Mackenzie and myself attended the UTAS and City of Launceston Working Group meeting on their relocation from Newnham, which has now fundamentally been completed as the students have moved into both the shed and also the River's Edge building down there at Inveresk, and they are enjoying the new surrounds. And certainly, even though I suspect they may not have actually been at work or at school yesterday, there was a number of people still using the facilities down there, which are fantastic. Also, I inadvertently dropped into the opening of the Road Safety Centre, which wasn't in your agenda of what you attended on Friday the 11th, and it is very pleasing to see the opening of that some 5.5 years after it was first closed for some temporary repairs that I think might have been estimated to be $200,000 or $300,000 and end up costing $3.8 million, which is what happens when you perhaps have something that is as old as what that reservoir was. However, what has been created has been very well received by the public, and I am aware that there has been literally hundreds of bookings made of the facility over the next few months, and look forward to how, wearing my Rotary hat, there may be opportunities for Rotary to be part of what happens at Road Safety Centre for individuals to come along rather than actually being part of a party. But let's get through this bulge at the start of it for where people have been keen to have their children experience parties at the Road Safety Centre, and for just $35 they get the centre for 2 hours. So well done to everyone who's been involved in that, including the booking system. Also, I emceed in my private capacity as a councillor the MS Walk Run Roll out at Inveresk, along with attending the Franklin House committee meeting, where I'd like to pay tribute to Julie Deneen, who has been the house manager at Franklin House for since 2015, so that's 10 years, plus previously a committee member for a previous 10 years prior to that. She announced her resignation as the house manager to the meeting, and I'd like to pay tribute to her for an extremely hard-working volunteer who does not take a wage from the National Trust to ensure that Franklin House here in our city is the only National Trust property that is open 7 days a week and in the state. And she certainly deserves all the accolades. She is moving to Hobart, but she's got to sell her house first. So hopefully we'll still have the committee with the benefit of her experience there, but there will need to be a new chairman or person out there as property manager at Franklin House. But I'd just like to pass my congratulations onto Julie for her very hard work over the last few decades. And she has been a great member of the community for the past 40 years in many other roles, including Glendew Primary School and also Little Athletics. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, and Councillor Harris, thank you for bringing up the working group. I think probably worthwhile saying that yesterday we're getting close to the end of the City of Launceston working group with the university in regards to the redevelopment here on the Inverest site. I think that whilst we got off to a rocky start in some of the conversations we had in the early doors, it's been absolutely fantastic. I think collaboration for the last 3 or 4 years while the substantive buildings have been built through the Inverest car park, or through Inverest, and now the shed on this side of the water. And I just wanted to acknowledge the work that both City of Launceston have done and University have done to sort of, I think, make a fantastic precinct on Inverest and on the river on Willow Street. And I think just acknowledging that we'll probably be moving into a new phase post this, whilst there's still the new Newnham redevelopment and there's still accommodation, there's still 2 or 3 things outstanding. I think that the working group itself will probably come to a logical conclusion sometime in the near future. But I've also suggested that we continue on having a working group with UTAS on the basis they're a significant part of our community. And the other thing that I flagged on Tuesday was really, we are truly a university city now. I think once upon a time we hid out there at Newnham. We didn't celebrate the fact that we were a university city. If you look at Cambridge and Oxford and other cities around the world where they actually tag themselves in that light, they actually get a lot of benefit from it. And I think there's a mutual benefit for the City of Launceston, UTAS, and even Launceston Airport looking out there as to how we think about us as a university city and whether we should be more prominent in our branding of that. From an aspirational point of view, you have travellers coming in and out of, 1.4 million people coming in and out of our airport, seeing signs that we are a university city. It may, A, give them the impetus to decide to come and study here or send their children to study here because they know that we're a university city. I think it deals with a number of our strategic intents. One is to reduce the age profile, B, improve our nighttime economy and things like that. So there are a number of things within the strategic framework that we're looking at the moment. And I just throw that out there for us to consider how we continue to sort of build that capacity of what university is. We can be their advocates, but also they're an advocate for our city as well. So I just throw that out there as a conversation starter that I would like to sort of see go on with this new group and try to promote Launceston for what I think is something we should be very proud of.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further councillor reports? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. Lately I've attended a whole lot of bowls events, one in particular was the Division 1 and the Premier League Bowls semi-final championships held at the North Launceston Bowls and Community Centre. And there were many clubs there, and I'm going to forget some, but Trevallyn, Lilydale, Kings Meadows, Midlands, the Swampies, Cosgrove Park and North Launceston Knights. The Mighty Knights, and a disclosure, I am one of the co-patrons out there with Speaker of the House, Michelle O'Byrne, but they are simply the best. They've got a great club out there, and there are literally hundreds of people out there. This is more than a game. It's really about community and people coming together to have conversations and a lovely meal and a drink and catching up. And I also attended, along with yourself, Mayor and Councillor Harris. And Councillor Harris, I just want to congratulate you because each year that I've been there and done the MS walk, run and roll, you've been the compere. And I just want to say thank you very much for everything that you do, for raising much needed funds for MS in Tasmania. Something close to my heart, my wife's father did pass away from MS, and whilst I didn't know him, he was an incredible man who I wish I had have known. And anything that I can do, that we can do as a city to raise funds for MS, I'll absolutely get behind. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. No further councillor reports? Okay, we'll move through the agenda to 14. Questions by councillors, they are published as a part of this agenda at 14.1. So 14.2, councillor questions without notice. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just for transparency, the response to 14.1.1 says the response has been included today. It's 20.1, should be 20.2. A follow-up question regarding 14.1.3. It kind of didn't capture the response that I was seeking. It says council's proposed budget includes a certain amount for training and associated travel costs. I certainly appreciate that, and I think we're heading in the right direction. My question was explicitly around the current financial year. So it says this is an uplift from the budget of $10,000. My explicit question was, you know, if there is room left within the budget line. So if the question could be looked at again with regard to the explicit question that was asked, certainly appreciate the response moving forward. That would be appreciated.
Sure, we'll take that on notice. Thank you. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. Given that a US tariff regime has had more than a ripple effect globally, do we have a sense of how local primary producers and resource providers might be affected by the tariffs, and have we reached out to them to be able to offer support or at least understand what they need from us?
Great, thank you. We'll take that one on notice as well and ensure that that's a part of the next agenda. Councillor Pentridge.
Mr Mayor, Mr CEO, there's a couple of questions here that I'd like answers to. I'm happy enough to take it on notice. First one is, and this is, I'd like my colleagues to be aware of this, who in council approved spending nearly $57,000 pursuing a community person from Wilder, right, in legal action? What was the final outcome of it? Right, and I'd like to have this in writing. And who were the people who authorised and what gave them the right to spend $57,000 of community money pursuing an individual? I do have some of the answers to this, and we failed miserably in that attempt. It was a lot of money to learn a lesson. And what I'd like to see is, what are we going to do in future? Shouldn't, when we pursue some of these, and I'm not saying that that we don't pursue certain individuals who aren't prepared to, but aren't prepared to toe the line in the interest of the community. But something's horribly wrong if, because someone's a little bit rude or is perceived to be rude, we then proceed down this line where we spend this sort of money. Because, my dear friends, we're the ones that are going to be held responsible. And I think if we do a few of these every week, we'll be broke faster than we're going broke now. So if someone would come back to me with who's authorising the spending, did we get some advice to give us some good indications that we had some success at it? It seems to me we've gone to a lot of trouble, and my understanding is we're worse off now than we were in the first place. So looking forward to coming back.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Yep, we'll take that one on notice. Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Committee reports at 16.1, we have the Transport Committee meeting on the 10th of February. We've got the recommendation here, which is to accept the report. It's been moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, look, this is a report from our meeting in March, and five items on there. It is interesting to see further on in our agenda, we are looking at stopping or closing down some of our existing committees, and some of them will be reborn to address our strategic plan once it is adopted. And it is very much my hope that this will be what will happen with the Transport Committee, because certainly the need to improve livability and access to active transport solutions around our city is very high on the agenda of our strategic plan. And so having a Transport Committee that brings together all different areas of transport, not only car drivers, but also the heavy transport industry, TASPOL, as well as Department of State Growth, it will be very important to have all those views to help make sure that we do improve the livability of Launceston. It is You can read the 5 items that we talked about. I just want to make a note that the item about the park and rides was quite a discussion point where the state government is attempting to introduce more park and ride to get more people to not drive their cars and try to park in the city, but actually drive to the outskirts and then use metro or buses to come into the city. Unfortunately, of the 5 sites, none of those were clearly ideal. They could all be used in a fashion and they all would offer some benefit. However, the overwhelming view of those of the committee was that it is probably unlikely to change habits of a lifetime unless we make other changes to encourage greater use of metro buses or buses in general. So it is with somewhat of a sad heart that I do move our last Transport Committee minutes for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
No, I just acknowledge the work done by the committee and thank them for their work. I guess my question probably in the interim, given that we vote in favour of dismissing, we've got I guess, important aspect coming up in regard to the Tamar Bridge, which I would have thought would strategically fit back into the Transport Committee to discuss and provide some advice in regard to. I'm just questioning how that might sort of get legs and how it might be dealt with internally within the organisation so that we can get some feeling on that, because I certainly have some views, my personal views, but I'd certainly like to be educated in regards to what is the right answer, given there are several alternatives, not the least of being not having one at all. But I'm just questioning how we might deal with that going forward.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And as we'll find, there will be further conversations through workshop as that particular circumstance progresses and evolves or doesn't. So yes, I'll be expecting that the CEO brings that to workshop. Any further contributions around the table? Anything to close, Councillor Harris?
Nothing further, thanks.
Great. Putting it to the vote to accept the report. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the Homelessness Advisory Committee meeting with the 18th of February, been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Pentridge to accept that report. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, this is accepting the minutes from the Homeless Advisory Committee meeting of the 18th of February. Well, I should say accepting the report, because as Mr. Daniel Hawes, I believe, asked in the last meeting a question regarding minutes of the Homelessness Committee. They haven't previously been, I don't think, attached to the agenda. Rather, a report has been presented, and I think the question was also in regards to the amount of meetings, and that has been provided in this particular agenda. That answer being in the last 12 months, we've met, I think, about 6 times or something like that. This meeting was, and if I'm just to refer to the minutes, this meeting on the 18th of February certainly did, apart from hearing, as we always do from our committee members, and especially a new member for Housing, a new representative for Housing Connect, Darren, who spoke about Queensland and the Logan Zero project and showed us there, which is online for anyone who wishes to sort of Google Logan Zero, their online data set, and it's like a live reporting. It is something very similar to what the Homelessness Committee would like to achieve for Launceston, is a data set that is available to anyone online. And Darren has certainly been impressed with the work that we are doing as a committee. And so now that we do have the minutes there, you can actually see the responses from the different service groups, the CSR numbers, in other words, the customer service request to Launceston City Council for, in regards to homelessness, numbers 47 sleeping rough requests since November through to February, and other details there. Moreton Bay now having $800 spot fines for homelessness on their streets, something that would not, I don't think, be that palatable in many places, but there you go, a response to homelessness in that particular area. But I would encourage people to have a look at that Logan Zero Homelessness Data Track as an example of what we're heading towards for Launceston. And I would reiterate, and it is sort of quoted in the report on our agenda today, the strategic document reference how the Homelessness Committee certainly does directly reference our strategic plan, and I'm sure we'll do into the future as a committee. I would reiterate that the work that we do is of extreme importance, and I can see conceivably that will be for many years to come. This is not, the word problem is probably not even applicable. The situation we find ourselves in is not something that will disappear. It's not something that any one person will solve overnight. It is something that we will continue as a council to address and to put our best efforts towards finding solutions that are practical and, most importantly, that are effective. And the committee's work in that regard is exemplary. The cooperation between the various services and the City Council and the police and Housing Tasmania and local other councils in our region has been fantastic, and it continues to be so. And so that's it in a nutshell. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder.
No, I'm more than happy with Councillor
Cool.
Walker's.
Any further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote to accept the report. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got connections and livability at 17. 17.1 is the quarterly report with the recommendation to receive. It's been moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much, and certainly appreciate the work that's gone into the report, the diversity of undertakings that have been reported on, and the innovation, I think, across so many different parts of the, I was going to say directorate, that's the wrong word, across those team, that part of the business. And really appreciate the way I think that the diversity, but the sheer scale of what we do in this team is conveyed through words. Others have chosen to do it through graphs and charts, which is more appropriate given the number of things that they deal with and the style of things they deal with. And this is very much a word-based report, which is appreciated. I have a couple of questions which I would like to ask. The first is, just for my own knowledge, it talks about the delay in the NTCA sports complex and the opportunity for us now to accompany that future decision-making process with additional research. I just want to understand the research that's being undertaken in that space. I note that the company Myriad are doing some other works as well. So my first question is seeking to understand the research that's being undertaken and its impact on the NTCA sports complex approach.
Acting Executive Leader.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Gibson. That relates to the master planning, is that correct? Yes, I'll need to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
No, totally fine. The other is with regard to retail sales, and note the significant uplift in some of our revenue from the Visitor Information Centre. Are we at the situation now where we're selling our place brand products? There was an intent that we would get to the stage where we could sell our bags and frisbees and hats and t-shirts and things. Are we now doing that?
Thank you again for the question. I had a conversation with Fleur, who's the senior leader in that space as recently as this morning, and I'll provide you with a further update through the bulletin, if that's okay.
Totally fine. The Arts and Cultural Grants Program, it talks about team members preparing the documentation for this approved arts and cultural grants program, which will be released for applications in the second quarter of 2025, but we haven't yet endorsed the event strategy. So I'm just wondering, is that coming to us soon, and will this work presumably be included in the grants and event strategy documentation?
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. We have a little bit of work to do to line those up again, because there's been a little bit of a delay in delivering the strategy. So again, I'll come back to you with an update in the bulletin, if that's okay.
Because this is new, this is just for information. Obviously the Anzac Day, it speaks with regard to the significant work that the team have been undertaking with regard to Anzac Day, and I think it references 20 staff members. Has the budget line for the delivery of Anzac Day increased or needed to shift, given its move into your team, or what was your team?
Thank you. There has been a considerable amount of shuffling of budgets that were previously sitting in the governance space and assigned to the Civic Affairs Officer for those events. So the budget has transferred over for this year's event and has been supplemented with some other funds, I believe.
Great, thank you. It references the visitor strategy and that we are getting close to that draft being presented. How close are we getting to the visitor strategy being considered, draft visitor strategy being considered by councillors?
We were hoping to have it to you by the end of April. That date shifted to the 30th of June, which isn't ideal, but it does give us a chance to include some of the outcomes from the research that Myriad are undertaking for us. So I think we'll end up with a better result as a consequence of that.
And presumably also the incorporation of reference to the convention centre work that's also been undertaken. Two final questions. The report doesn't in any way speak to our alignment with the City of Gastronomy and our funding of same. Does that still sit in in this particular team? And where are we at with our new realignment of our relationship with gastronomy through Visit Northern Tasmania
It
development?
does indeed sit with connections and livability, and in my handover to the new executive leader, I identified that as being something that needs some urgent attention to get back on track.
And my final question is, and again, it may not sit in this team, but because it's such an amazing overview of what has happened and what continues to happen, the working model with regard to the Northern Suburbs Community Centre. So council funded a body of work looking at what the operational model would be. I think it sat at one stage in what was that directorate, which has shifted and changed. Where is the operation and the work around how it will be brought to life and in terms of the governance arrangements with that centre sitting, if indeed still within the City of Launceston's remit?
I will take that question on notice and come back with a response at the next council meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Deputy Mayor.
Just a quite slight correction, it's not the Northern Suburbs Community Centre, that's another organisation altogether, the Rec Hub. So mine are just three comments and a question. Again, fantastic work, really good for us to be able to read it, and just acknowledging a couple of people in the room, and I think the ABCDE Learning Site Impact information. So it's a great report. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to the launch of it, but great work, and that's informing what we're doing in Waverley, which is great. I see Mick over there and acknowledge that we're going up for the Tidy Towns Award in Beechworth at the end of the month. We were the winner in Tasmania and a finalist in the national for that in a week or two's time. So congratulations to that on the team there. Also just noted just in the active transport where we're sort of using old concrete to sort of help do the base for paths and things like that in the active transport. And my question was more about the tree greening. I note that we've got a number of activities going on in the northern suburbs of greening trees. My question is, how we're activating that on the basis that we've done tree plantings in the past in areas around Launceston, and 3 weeks later they've either been ripped out, broken or whatever, as to how our engagement with the community in relation to those tree plantings, such that we're engaging them to assist us in tree planting so it becomes their project, not ours, and we get buy-in from the community to ensure the longevity of this tree, because it's extremely important given the coverage that we saw in the reports a while back that is a real dearth of trees in the northern suburbs. What we want to do is give them the best chance for survival and to benefit that community. So just how we're engaging the community in that so that it becomes something that actually sticks with them and something they're proud of.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mackenzie. In many cases, we're responding to requests from the community. We're also engaging with the community around plantings in particular streets and areas, but I will come back to you with a more fulsome response about the policy around that approach.
A question, Councillor Harris.
Thank you. And yes, mine follows on from Councillor Mackenzie with the active transport funding, where $670,000 was obtained from the Australian Government, which was 50% of the new pathway to connect Oakden Park footpath network with Youngtown Primary, Kings Meadows High School and the Kate Reid Reserve, and will also act as an active transport corridor for the proposed development at South Prospect. Have we got a timeline for when this would be delivered? But more importantly, perhaps a plan as to where the said pathway will be, particularly if you're going to have urban greening, because there is, I would expect, some difficulty if you were trying to put a pathway on the northern side of what is known as Connector Road that runs from the southern outlet down to Hobart Road, or something similar, simply because of the closeness to the roadway. So I was just wondering if you're able to provide any more information on where the corridor is going. If not, perhaps as a response in time may be good.
I will take that question on notice. Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Further questions or comments? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and I do congratulate you on the report and the clarity and succinctness of it. I note with interest that we do still have issues with our Learn to Swim program at the Aquatic Centre. Is it the case that we can't find instructors, that it takes too long to train new people? Where is the restrictions there? Because I have anecdotally again heard from more people having difficulty accessing that service, and I suppose as an adjunct to that, we've had the Glendew Pool inoperable, and I know that the Mayor or perhaps the CEO has had some discussions with the state government in regards to that and in regards to what we can provide at LAC. Is there any further updates on that as well?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Walker. I'll take the question on notice to give you a more complete answer, but anecdotally, there's a lot of movement among the young people that tend to take on those roles, and it is very challenging to find people who can work regularly in line with the studies and the other things that they're undertaking. And yes, it does take a long time to train people to become accredited to be swim teachers.
Today we did hear from quite a number of people who have concerns about the Carvilla plans, and the draft plan that's out for comment at the moment. Are we receiving feedback? It's not just that, it's also our draft housing plan that is out for comment at the moment, and I just feel as though we are receiving more interest, but is that being reflected in your experience as well?
Yes, Councillor Walker, I can speak about the Carvilla plan. There's been a lot of engagement through the public consultation process.
Right.
And the people who asked the questions at the meeting today will obviously provide a response through this process, because the questions were taken on notice, but they will also be considered as part of the community consultation.
Yep. And just finally, I note that the digital and social media growth figures are in there, we might want to also include our YouTube live stream of this meeting because it was up by about 1,000% at the last meeting.
Thank you.
Further comments? Contributions to close, Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. I want to reiterate what an outstanding job the team continues to do across the municipality. But Leanne, I want to you say that your values-based leadership and integrity and the way that you have led that team most recently has been outstanding. It's a credit to you and your skills. And I'm sure the handover and the strength of this report handing over to Ali would be gratefully received. But to you personally, we thank you for all that you've done and continue to do in our organisation.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 17.2, we've got the policy review, with the recommendation being that council adopts the review, concessional entry to the council's waste disposal facilities included as an attachment in this agenda. It's been moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. This is part of a process of updating policies that's an annual adopted process. I'd certainly be interested, and from what I've read, it would sound like it's more, any changes that have been made is more to provide further clarity around different policies, that in other ways there's no substantial change to that. So having noted that, I'll just ask two questions. One, if that is correct, and that is what is written, that there are no substantial changes, but two, the ongoing issue that you would be more painfully aware than any others about bush dumping or illegal dumping of waste. It's something that we struggle to address, or that we would like to address, but it's not addressed in our policy in terms of vouchers and things like that. Is there any way that we can link the issuing or the availability of vouchers for people who find themselves with waste and who are, for whatever reason, refusing to pay tip fees on that waste? And is there any work in that area that is possible or that has been successful elsewhere?
Thanks for the question. Currently, a new initiative started between Tas Police, City of Launceston and some service providers in the community. It's a small working group that's starting to look at this problem. Like it's only initial, they had one meeting, but some of the ideas that have come out of this is like, can we provide some bins in certain places where we know are hot zones, particularly for dumping, illegal dumping? Maybe that can help. We have had, last year we had the Rochely Spring Clean, which was something that council supported heavily, no fees involved, and we did have some outside contractor help with that too. But that was a targeted thing within the community where we could go in and offer a whole day where we focused on the recovery, obviously with the metals and things like that, and also the waste disposal. And we got a lot of good feedback from people there saying that we couldn't have done that without that kind of offer from the council and the partners. Some of the other feedback that came from that was around mobility. So that's another interesting one. And also the state government have their own working groups or reporting systems for this. And they also, with the landfill levy that we're paying now that's up to $65, anything that comes through that is illegal dumping is exempt from that. So that's an incentive to have that come in. It is an ongoing problem. Hopefully starting with this working group might be somewhere we can get, to provide some solutions in the future, but I think it'll continue to be a problem. It's just how we can maybe limit it.
Thank you. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. I might just start with a question, if I may, and that is very interesting to see the introduction of a smart card for the pensioners who may either live within our municipality and receive the state government pensioner rate rebate on their rates bill, or if they hold a Commonwealth pension card and have a residential, which probably means they're renting rather than owning the property, And the smart card will be given to them, and there's details of how that will be, what it can be used for. So my question is really about a smart card for someone who might be renting but has no vehicle and wishes to have someone else to take away their rubbish, son or otherwise. How will this particular process work? And my second question, because it is a smart card, is it able to be used at this stage or potentially in the future for that same pensioner to access our off-street car parks, to access free parking? I think pensioners are enabled up to get to 3 hours per week in off-street parking. So I just wondered if you can tell us a bit about this smart card and how it may or may not be able to be used.
Thanks for the question. I can certainly answer the part that pertains to the waste management side of things. The smart card has been being used for quite some time now. Essentially, when it comes to the pensioner receiving subsidies from us in relation to waste, that's $80 per year between the two pensioners that might be at a residence. So if you've got a couple, for instance, there's $80 that's shared between those two people to have subsidies at our waste facilities. So they can come in, use the smart card up to $80. After that, they are paying for it after that. In relation to mobility again, which comes up, is I'm not sure how we can get around that other than we do have our waste vouchers as well, which allows for family members and friends to use that on behalf of the people, the residents that have the waste voucher. And in relation to parking, as far as I know, it's only in our parking complexes.
You mentioned just then $80 per couple. Is it just $40 for a single pensioner, or do they get $80 as well?
Per household. So
it is per household rather than
two.
Yep. No, look, that's fine. I do think this is an interesting change and a reorganisation, or an update is the word I'm looking for, an update of the conditions under which council provides concessional entry for our waste disposal. It's one of the things that, as the majority or the main regional waste facility in northern Tasmania, it's something that we can look after our own residents very well, and we should do that. However, we also must ensure that those who aren't our residents are paying their fair share, so that they do in fact contribute towards the cost. And I just noted that the Meander Valley Council had decided not to create a new waste management centre and save themselves $340 million over the next 20 years. Well, that's great for their ratepayers, but their ratepayers, on average, probably pay pay $500 less than our ratepayers. And if that's because they're being somewhat bludgeoned by using our waste recovery centre rather than building their own, then we have to have a way of addressing that so that we actually are recouping the costs that they are incurring on our residents by putting their rubbish in our hole in the ground quicker than if it was just our residents doing it. So I do make that point that it's the start of something that we need to consider about how, as the regional facility waste facilitator, that other councils, if they're using it, that they are paying a fair price, and it won't be the same price as we give our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to recognise the work over the years, that the iterative work that has been undertaken to get us to this point. Obviously, the work in the policy also reflects the kind of myriad of work that's being undertaken in the education space, but also in the waste environment. And I think importantly, the amount that you see listed, for example, in the 23-24 budget, not budget, finances, which reflects that we spent almost $500,000 on concessional waste for members of our community. That is something that we need to really ram home in terms of what we provide our residents and what we provide charities and organisations in Launceston. In 2003, 2004 year, $76,000 for pensioner entry, residential waste vouchers, saving of $364,000, considerable, and obviously some $37,000 for those not-for-profit organisations. And some of those not-for-profit organisations are the same organisations that don't pay rates, for example. So what we provide to our community through this policy further shows, I think, the diversity of what people get for their investment, for their rates, for their fees and charges. We give back. And so here is a really good news story, something that should be shared and communicated more, I think, in terms of what we provide. I hope that the review of the policy, whilst it sits with another team, will look at the way that we distribute and provide those vouchers. It seems crazy to me that we are distributing a paper-based voucher for people to get entry into our waste facility. That doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense in the modern era with an organisation of this modern capability that we still do that. It's kind of, we're emailing people their rates notice, but we're still sending them out their voucher. Crazy. And in most cases, it comes in an envelope by itself, not even with any educative information or anything on the back. So let's look at that in terms of the coming optimisation of that. Let's look at ways, perhaps not this year, but for the technological alignment with the smart card and the voucher. Surely there's a way. But if you've already got the card, you can also get your voucher aligned with that. But that being said, my word, we've come a long way. The work that's happening in the educative space regarding waste is considerable. That will only increase with the recycling machines. And no doubt there will be plenty of work for us in terms of advocacy in that space as well. But thanks to the team for realigning some of the language, modernising it and making it more understood. It's appreciated.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge.
Look, I don't go along with some of the things I'm hearing. I won't bother identifying the bits. I think as a community, I think we're losing the plot. We should be, any rubbish, if we can afford to take it, we should be taking it. Because if the rubbish, and I'm not going to go along with what some of my colleagues say, and our boundaries are imaginary lines. If the rubbish is on one side, it still reflects our community overall. And we should be working on ways, and what I don't see happening in this place, one hand we're talking, we're telling, or we're pretending to be friends with our neighbours. On the other hand, we're trying to screw them for every penny we can out of them. It's not the way of building a happy community. So I'd sooner see that we find a way of accepting the rubbish. I mean, in the days gone by where the council trucks would go around and pick up people's rubbish once or twice a year, because I can assure you, if we don't pick it up, they won't be taking it to the tip. They'll be just throwing it on the side of the roads. So I think we need to look at it, and we need to treat the whole lot, and we need to be putting a bit of pressure on other councils or state government and get them to contribute. If we've got the facility, and get them to contribute rather than try and hit individual councils. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Other contributions? To close, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And days gone by might be the operative phrase there, if I may address my fellow councillor briefly through you, Chair. In days gone by, people burnt their rubbish in their backyard. In days gone by, we didn't have the plethora of recyclable materials that we do now, glass, plastic, metals, paper. The one thing I would like to see, I suppose, in a long term, and I have to thank Mr Ray Norman for this suggestion, is that we rename our council's waste disposal facility to a resource recovery facility. That should be the way we're going. If we look at our 10-year plan, our strategic plan, what we're talking about is circular economies, talking about education, talking about reducing our footprint in the world. I think that it may still be prescient for us to revisit that draft 10-year plan, which I suppose will come to council for adoption at some point, because we do say that we partner with businesses and the community to reduce Launceston's greenhouse gas emission in line with national standards, promote and implement bold and innovative initiatives to reduce waste and boost recycling. Well, of course, it's the state government who has implemented the levy, the statewide waste levy. That is what determines how much we charge our neighbours in terms of them bringing their waste to us. What I would like to do here is finish with another question, if I may, and that would be how have we approached the state government in terms of accessing what the state government said at the time would be a huge bonanza of money that would be available for councils like us, being the largest council in Tasmania, for a myriad of purposes. I'm sure that we have access some, indeed, something like our recycled cafe, our repurposing cafe would be an example of that. But I suppose, and look, you know, many hands make light work, but at the same time, one would hope we're looking for something more substantial at some point in terms of recycling, in terms of a major facility that makes a significant contribution to what we say in the draft strategic plan.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Putting it to the vote.
Oh, no, sorry, there was a question in there.
Oh, sorry.
I think there was. How would we access that state?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there is a considerable amount of revenue that's being raised through the landfill levy. At the moment, it is getting the house in order, but there's been at least $4 million worth of grants that have come out for high priority infrastructure. So that's the priority for the state government at the moment, to build up the infrastructure so that we have the capability. We're currently out for one of those right now, which would be, we're looking for some infrastructure or capital support for a rear lift truck to be able to get more organics, because we're seeing a really big gap there. So there's an example of that. A lot of that money is also going to the private sector to be able to build new plants and things like that to have that capacity too. And to your first part of the question, a resource recovery facility, I mean, that is a lot of what we do. I think it's maybe in the naming at the moment. And we've got further work that we would like to present to you this coming year, where we've done a feasibility study into a material recovery facility. So we're certainly thinking about it.
Thank you. Okay, now putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 17.3, we've got the ABCDE Learning Site Social Impact Report, with the recommendation to receive being moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Gibson.
Thanks so much. I asked in March for this report to be tabled because, to use a line from the media release, the work undertaken by this council in this space has been groundbreaking. And it deserves to be tabled and shared as a report in its own right, given the impact that has been arrived at in Ravenswood, in Mowbray, in Youngtown, in Kings Meadows and Invermay through the hard work and the unprecedented approach that council has taken with regard to this asset-based community development initiative. Importantly now, as we head to our 6th site in Waverley, the real impact of those sites that were undertaken previously is able to be understood through the report commissioned by council that Leanne Mitchell has authored. In the early days, I think there would have been some that would have questioned this work in terms of the standard lane that council should be focusing on and the standard approach that council should be focusing on. But what we saw was that this approach was an award-winning approach. This approach was, if you like, the approach that, that came before any organisational realignment. This was the approach that got silos in council talking together, working together, listening to our community in authentic ways, and recognising that in all of those suburbs and in all of the suburbs that will follow CEO as we continue to move the program around, there are great wins to be had. There are great champions to be found. There are people who are adding value in ways that ordinarily we wouldn't see and understand. So the overall social impact, and the collective impact of the work, which I know Deputy Mayor was always keen to document and ensure that we went back and visited and tested, is absolutely contained within this report. It provides the blueprint for other municipalities around Australia. We've seen other communities around Australia follow the approach taken. And indeed now, as we kind of recreate and rebrand and rename the initiative with the same core concepts, I think we'll continue to see outstanding value and outstanding impact and results achieved. So my request to have it tabled as a report, as a published document, was to further add weight of this innovative approach to community development, to recognise and celebrate the tenacious and skilled approach from Sarah McCormack, who at some points almost single-handedly had to wrestle with this concept and bring people along on the journey, and has done a tremendous job in achieving that. And the way that we as a council have benefited, we've now got, for example, a project, the Swampies project, up for consideration as part of the Great Community Challenge with Greater Regional Challenge. We've got projects now at Waverley, the current site, while it's not contained within the report, but no doubt in Volume 2, which are being recognised and regarded by all parts of council. That is a brilliant thing. And to achieve what we have on a very limited budget, to receive such national accolades, but most importantly, to transform the lives of the participants and the people living and working in those communities, has been outstanding and deserves to be recognised.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris is the seconder.
Councillor Gibson has really said it all, other than I'd like to just say thank you to Sarah for her very hard work. It is, as being part of this on 2 occasions at Kings Meadows and Youngtown, I know how hard she worked to make this a success, and it is only right for us to bring it forward and to celebrate that. And once again, thank you very much, and I wish you well with what goes on at Waverley, and hopefully I'll have the opportunity in the next 2 years to come and join in that process as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I had the pleasure of attending the first meeting of ABCDE in 2016 at the Rochelle Football Club. And to say, not only for the people in the room, it was actually quite life-changing in my way as to what I actually thought about what community development was all about, empowering people to find their own asset, how good they could be themselves, and actually giving them a voice and saying, yeah, I can do this. And if I join with Danny or I join with Alan, we can do more because you've got a skill and you've got a skill, and we put them together and we actually have a really good outcome. So really, in its essence, that's what community development in ABCDE, I think, is all about. We've been wonderfully led through the tapestry of this with Sarah through the last few iterations, and I'm pleased we finally made it to Waverley. And all of them, we continue to learn with where we go, and hopefully what's happened is in each of those areas that we've touched, there's embedded a new sense of purpose, a new sense of we can do this as a community, and you see that every day with a number of the things that I see in the northern suburbs where I work, where people actually are out there and they're self-motivating now, whereas once upon a time they'd be looking for somebody else to do it for them. So that's the power of this sort of stuff. So I really appreciate we as a council have been leading edge in this work, countrywide probably, in regards to what we do. So keep up the good work, and I agree with Councillor Gibson on bringing it and formally putting it before this council.
Thanks, Deputy. Further comments? To close, Councillor Gibson? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 17.4, we've got remission of fees for the hire of Churchill Park. Recommendation is that council remits $2,096.36, excluding GST, being for the 2023 hire fees for Churchill Park incurred for the Female Football Initiative. Somebody to move. Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just briefly, what I appreciate about this is that it's dealing with a long outstanding item. It's not normally my approach to support these sorts of things, as councillors around the table will know. However, I believe in this circumstance what we're doing is tidying up something that, as you see, goes back to 2023. The difference between 2023 and 2024 is clearly documented. There is some emails that are included in the attachments. I know firsthand that there are many, many more with regard to the process sought. Importantly, though, it is not, in my view, the approach that council retrospectively deals with these things, and I want to make that very, very clear. However, I do believe that the acting executive leader has attempted to resolve a long-standing issue. Perhaps when others were not willing to bring it to resolution, here we have someone trying to clear it from the desk in the system, trying to realign the relationship, trying to ensure that our facilities are used as we intend, whilst at the same time not intending to undermine any process. It is unfortunate that it wasn't dealt with at the time. I think the reasons and the journey since, in terms of the approach to grants and the like, is documented. I want to say that in supporting it today, it is certainly not something that I wish to see come to the table like this again, but I also understand that there have been some operational challenges and also remind all users of our parks and facilities of the need to ensure that their dealing with staff is appropriate and that the systems, the checks and the balances are adhered to. In this example, simply to clear the slate, I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Dawkins, something to add? Anything further around the table? Nothing further to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Okay, we've got 17.5, ratification of a new community member for the Community Grants Assessment Panel, with the recommendation being that we receive the report and we appoint the new external stakeholder to the community grants, with Ian being that person. Somebody to move? Deputy Mayor. Seconder, Councillor Palmer. Deputy Mayor. He's very patient. Excellent. Councillor Palmer, anything further around the table? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 18, we've got QV Mag, quarterly report. Recommendation is to receive the report. Somebody to move? Deputy Mayor? Seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, I think the report speaks for itself. There's lots of statistics and information in the report for everybody to have read, and clearly highlights the McWilliams exhibition, which has been an absolutely thriving success, which has got its extension of time, and currently the dinosaur exhibition that's going on over in the QV Mag, which I'm sure will be very popular during the school holidays, and lots of innovative stuff that's going on within the QV Mag, and I think even sort of the digitisation of our processes, and there's just so many things in there. And I think it's great to see a really active QV Mag in what it presents to our community, and how actually the community is actually walking with its feet to it.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, look, I'd just like to perhaps throw it open to our General Manager, Shane, there, to see if he has anything he'd like to bring to our attention from this report. It is a very comprehensive report, but if there's one thing other than the McWilliams thing that you'd like to bring to our attention, I'll take the easy one out, because I do think that's been an extraordinary success. But it just goes to show how much this council does for the region. We are a regional gallery, there's no doubt about that, and it is something that we are very proud of. But I would just love to just give our General Manager the opportunity to perhaps point out a couple of things to us that he would want me not to overlook.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, there's so much, and to bring it down to just a couple of things is difficult. I will say, though, most pleasing is to see, and not to focus on the McWilliams exhibition, but to see the visitation to the Arco at Royal Park surpass that weeks on weeks of that of the museum, which is a very popular family destination. That's a historical achievement and something that can't really be overstated, and that's a great outcome. It goes to show we do know the challenges of getting to that site. We know the parking challenges at that site, so they've clearly been overcome when you're programming things of relevance and that people really relate to. As a whole, though, we're tracking towards another historical achievement for the entire year. You might recall we achieved that year on year in the last two, but not only in visitation, but also in commercial outcomes and success. One thing that is really significant that's not captured in great detail here is since the endorsement and implementation of the brand, you would see in the last 12 months we've really developed a lot of QVMag brand merchandise, or merch as we call it. That alone to date is exceeded well over $100,000 in sales of QVMag merch. That is not insignificant, so it's something I'd like to acknowledge, and the team behind that, and there's many, in achieving that outcome.
Great, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I suppose if year-on-year figures are up, then even things like donations are up, which is a reassuring thing. I suppose I would ask, we've seen that progress over the last few years, as you mentioned. In terms of the industry in general, what are the barriers then to that sort of? You can't imagine this is continued growth. This is reaching, potentially saturation points locally. Seasonal tourism and things like that, I suppose, goes into it as well. But in terms of, national sort of experience, where are we in terms of that growth of, really pleasing indicators?
A very hard-hitting question, Councillor, for many, many reasons.
Okay.
It is programmatic, and as you know, we program on a calendar year basis, so it's always difficult to foreshadow what that is. But in the context of things, the annual visitation and engagement that we're seeing now is more than double the city's population, and is the highest visited attraction outside natural environments such as Cataract Gorge in the north of Tasmania. You'd be hard-pressed to find a per capita based visitation, even in a capital city, that is equivalent to this. So we are really, really peaking in many, many ways. We don't have 2.5 million residents, but compared to our resident base, we're achieving outcomes that are just absolutely staggering. Can that be maintained? Well, that's hard. I'd like to think, yes, we can. Greater opportunity with greater resources is something that's always on the cards, and we look for those opportunities there to develop unique experiential activities and experiences for not only our community, first and foremost, but for visitors here. Outreach is obviously a part that we wish to play in. We're not in that space in delivery yet. We're still in the development. But of course, we also want Launceston as a whole to be seen as a cultural destination of substance, and that is our approach as we start to broaden in the impacts from our strategic planning, the futures plan aspirations, and we're achieving those now year on year. So we can only go higher, but it definitely can't go lower. We're reaching into audiences, particularly in communities that may not have seen QVMag as a destination or relevance to them, and there is more out there which we can target, and particularly those communities in the north who don't have the access to come to us, we wish to go to them.
A couple of more questions, if I may. Thank you, Chair. What are Marcom's reach? There's something really simple that I'm missing there, isn't there? Marketing and communications. Thank you very much. It's not an acronym. I know there must be a name for a combined word. That's very good. We are funded partially as a research facility. That is correct by the state government. Is that the simplified way of looking at that?
Yes, in a simplified way.
Right. But do we have any numbers in this report in regards to that area that we cover?
You'll see aspects that are relative to that in both the curatorial and the strategic collections sections, and we do detail that further in the annual report with focus stories.
Okay. Because that's a static number that we are funded for, is there an implication that that is a static area of endeavour as well?
No, the endowment provided by the state government is just a proportion of the annual funding. The programmatic offer that we do in research, which often is behind the scenes, as you know, but we do try to bring that out through innovation in exhibitions and projects, isn't wholly attributed to that endowment and that bit of funding. There are the Council Head of Australian Faunal Collections, of which we're committee members, and we're part of a national body that looks at the research opportunities. We partner with institutions and universities throughout the world on those opportunities. Some of them don't require a lot of funding, and the research takes multiple years. That's then peer assessed globally and comes into the into the sciences realm in that context. So a lot of the work we do in that space is more qualitative than quantitative.
Speak briefly then, thank you. Congratulations on the report.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, and I echo the words of congratulations from Councillor Walker. It's challenging for us now because we've got to a high standard where we've for so long commented on the journey that we've taken, and now we are maintaining and continuing to achieve at the high standard, which is really appreciated. But I guess we shouldn't take that for granted because it's the hard work continues regardless of where we've come from. I want to speak on 3 points very briefly. The first is it is my expectation, as I've mentioned at every single opportunity, at every junction as we waited for the overdue document, that our own visitor strategy will clearly link in celebrating and aligning our goals of visitation to our own asset, including the QVMAG. So I look forward to ensuring that that tenet is adequately captured in terms of cultural tourism when the long-awaited visitor strategy reaches our table. The second thing is I want to reference the fact that at a recent meeting we spoke about our approach to government, and I think these snapshots, these quarterly reports provide a really great opportunity, CEO, for you and the Director to co-author a letter not only to the Minister for Arts but to the government more broadly, celebrating what it is that we do. That may already happen. If it doesn't, I think they're at such a high standard of publication, these quarterly reports, that we should do that in terms of our advocacy and that we continue to show what the investment is providing and how additional investment could allow us to go even further. Obviously, that expands beyond the portfolio of just the Minister for the Arts. It taps into all those things that you were saying in terms of northern suburbs access, education, etc. So that's my second point. If we don't already do that, could we please do that? Because I think in terms of our strategy about working with government, that would be really wise. And the third point I want to celebrate, I guess, is and Councillor Harris did mention it, is the way that the brand's penetration into northern Tasmania and into our visitor economy really has grown. It is amazing. I mean, I think early on we had a promotion and marketing budget of around $10,000. It's not a big budget, what we give the QVMAG in terms of promotion, but the value add and the way that our media team and the staff at QVMAG are able to multiply that is considerable. And it is kind of amazing that when you start seeing QVMAG on the TV via paid advertising, through billboard advertising, bus advertising, community development, cross-promotion, awareness precedes conversion. And it really feels like that awareness has grown, and thus, as a result, we see the conversion increasing. So thank you to you and the team, CEO, to you and the resources that we're continuing to provide to the QVMAG. We look forward to it continuing to kick goals and fully realise the aspirations that we as a council have set for it, and we look forward to playing a role to make that happen.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything further to close, Deputy? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour, all councillors present, the motion is carried. At 19, we've got Community Asset and Design Quarterly Report, 19.1, with recommendation to approve the report. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it says that we receive the report rather than approve as the recommendation. But it does show the depth of what our council in this particular division, I guess you would say it, works in. And one of the, and I'll take it as read for everyone, so I won't go through it, but there was just a couple of things that I wanted to pick out. One of which was the work being done on the Calvary Road reconstruction, which is, for many people, the road to the tip, and it has been for a long time well under what I would consider a reasonable standard of a road. It certainly gave your car a good workout on the suspension, getting to there with the potholes and stuff, simply because of the large number of trucks that go in and out of the waste recovery system. And so it is good to see that the Calvary Road reconstruction with a budget of $740,000 is to be commenced in March. I haven't been there recently to say if it has been started, but it says it is to be finished in May. The other one is some of the other work that we're doing with the Princess Theatre project management plan and also the NTCA master planning. Very important areas that we need to do, as well as everything else that is in that report. So I won't talk any more. I think that's enough. And hopefully everyone has taken the opportunity to read what has been in the report.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge. Anything further around the table? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. It was appreciated to receive this report, and particularly to note the huge body of work that's being undertaken where it lists 29 vacancies in the team. That is a considerable number of vacancies, and we understand the whole multi-factor reasons for that. It's no reflection on the team. It's a state of many contributing factors, but I raise it simply to acknowledge that there's still a huge amount of work being undertaken in this space. But I note as well on page 107 that the team is managing some 50 projects. Too many, not enough resource, not able to achieve them in a way that is in line with community or councillor standards. It is no way a reflection on how we go about our work. It is simply a result of those 29 vacancies and the expectations put upon through a variety of different means. So we understand that a body of work is being undertaken to examine that across the organisation called the strategic plan and other such documents which are necessary. Want to, though, acknowledge the huge contribution of staff, both present and past, who continue to do an incredible amount of work in this space. Also want to recognise the work of Debbie Pickett, who for a number of years was the administration support in that area. She's now moved to Rosanna's space, but was very much a linchpin in terms of keeping that directorate, now executive team, going. So I want to publicly recognise her contribution, but more than that, CEO, want to recognise the entire team. There are a lot of expectations on our community to achieve a variety of things, and with some 29 vacancies, that is hard to do. There are a variety of strategies that continue to be put into place, which are noted, which are appreciated and valued, and transparency processes in terms of project reporting, which I think was needed and is acknowledged by councillors around the table.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close?
Nothing to close.
Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. So we've got 19.2, which has been withdrawn as a part of this agenda. So we will continue through to 19.3, delegation under the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993. We have got the recommendation and by absolute majority in 2A, that council revokes any previous delegation made by council in respect of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act and the regulations, and it also overturns a previous council decision, to summarise. Somebody to move. Deputy Mayor. Seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, look, we had a good discussion about this in the workshop this morning, and again, delegations are not the favourite of everybody around this table, but the reality of it is these are really assisting us so we don't get caught in situations where we either haven't made a decision in the right time, so it just gives delegated powers to the CEO and to some other officers at various stages. It no way replaces the role of councillors, and certainly where there are delegations or where there are people who are challenging us, and there are more than two of them, it will come back towards a councillor in regards to that. But certainly, in my view, it's simple. It needs to be done. Otherwise, we'll be here until midnight regularly dealing with things like this.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just with your and Councillor Dawkins' approval, there is just a correction in the recommendation, which is a change to the reference recommendation 4, not 5. 5, not 4. Just if that's okay, with permission of the mover and the seconder?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Dawkins, to jump in.
Thank you. Yes, this has become a somewhat politicised idea, but I just want to point out, of course, this is a function of any board operational team anywhere, that there has to be delegated functions in order for the smooth operations of any organisation. And I'm very comfortable with this.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against? Motion is carried. 19.4, we have the Albert Hall redevelopment update. Recommendation being that council receives the update. Somebody to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris.
We'll keep it quick because this is an update on where we're at with it. For those of us who've had a look through, it also shows the work that will be done inside the actual Albert Hall itself, which we approved at a previous meeting, and they are now getting the prices on that for that work to be done. Did notice that the sign says it will be open in spring 2025, and I'm sure all of us look forward to that grand occasion. So just an update really for people to see.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Pentridge? No. Sure. Deputy Mayor?
Just a comment. I was away when this was approved, but I just note in there that one of the items is replacement and custom rerun of existing heritage carpet in the Great Hall, foyer and balcony. When I was having discussions, at the moment there's been a lot of people trampling backwards and forwards, and the carpet itself looks a bit worse for wear, but that may well be just dust and grit. I thought there was an intention that we would clean the carpet first and see how it came up, rather than necessarily spending. Is that still the intention?
CEO.
Thank you through the chair, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that absolutely is the intention, because if required, where we need to make some potential savings.
That's what I like the idea of. Yes, thank you.
Just so we don't have to come back from all. Yeah. Yep, thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Thank you. Certainly note the update in column 3 of the chart. Holistically, though, it doesn't give any indication of how all of those individual impacts are going in terms of the overall plan and deadline in terms of date. So are we still convinced and on track despite the individual narratives? This is obviously an update from the last time we considered it, but we're still on track with regard to the work in its totality being on schedule and on budget with regard to the deadlines that we're working towards.
CEO.
Thank you through the chair, Councillor Gibson. This is certainly something we've also discussed at our executive leadership team meeting, obviously noting the magnitude of the project and particularly the deadlines associated to the project. I have no reason to believe that at this point in time why it wouldn't meet the deadline, because we're very mindful that we have the Princess Theatre project sitting right behind this, so they kind of need to go in tandem.
Further comments? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? It's all councillors present. Motion is carried. At 20, Delivery and performance. 20.1, the quarterly report. To receive the report from delivery and performance. Somebody move? Councillor Harris, seconded. Do we have a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, again, I'll take it that if people have read this report, the key items that I would like to put a spotlight on, I guess, is the parking, where we are looking at the future of parking in Launceston, including technological advances with a long-term vision, which is something that is close to my heart. And also looking at it, and I was just looking for the line item and I'm struggling to... The St Leonard's Growth Area Infrastructure Funding Framework Working Group, another very important aspect of planning for the Waverley St Leonard's area to make sure that we get on the front foot and allow and ensure that we put the big bits in, the big pieces of infrastructure in first, so that then the subdivisions that will inevitably follow on private land works in with what we've got for part of a bigger plan, rather than just to evolve somewhat without any planning, which often gives us very poor results for what could have been. And so I really think this is a very important part of our whole planning for the St Leonard's and Waverley area, to make sure that we really do make that an area that where Launceston is moving to is perhaps stolen from a previous residential subdivision area down at Youngtown. And I do think that that will very much become the case with this over the next few years, because we get the work done right. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for the report. I would note, I suppose, that while there's an involvement there with the St Leonard's Growth Area Infrastructure Funding Framework Working Group, I suppose that is more in regards to how the council will afford to do these things, rather than what the infrastructure may be, you know, in conjunction, I suppose, with our planning and infrastructure team. But nonetheless, there are other items of interest there for me. Certainly one being how we negotiate our enterprise agreement and pre-bargaining meetings with staff. Is there a protocol? Is there a policy around that? Will we seek external mediation? Is there a... Because I have been around here long enough to have seen this process at least once before, which was protracted, which these things necessarily are at times. That's okay. I just wondered what the protocol is around it in terms of internal versus externally negotiating these things.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Walker. So we've actually brought on a EA advisor to help us with this process. So they're with council on a fixed term basis. Certainly the CEO has done a significant amount of work in the last month or two, engaging with the staff, open feedback sessions. So some of the feedback we've received so far has been extremely valuable in forming up the new enterprise agreement. We do have a provision in next year's budget for some external legal costs should we need them.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Just wanted to say I love the idea of the opportunity for new staff to be invited to meet with the executive leadership team. I think that's a really appropriate addition. Obviously, it goes hand in hand with lots of the other face-to-face things that we do in terms of the great iconic tour, which I know is appreciated by all new staff members, just sheer to understand the sheer diversity and scale of what we do, which is appreciated. Also acknowledge the work that needs to happen in governance with regard to the need for the dispute resolution documentation, obviously to the steps required when you are proceeding through the necessary requirements. You need to show that you've engaged in a way to try and have resolved those disputes, and in the absence of such, you don't need to do that. You move straight to stage 2. So looking forward to that work being undertaken, and note that it needs to. And was also really pleased to see the Emerging Leaders program update, we've seen for a number of years talent that is either identified or maybe even self-identified in terms of their willingness and desire to be able to step up. Saw one earlier today, which is fabulous. So I think investing in that was always the intent of the organisational realignment. Now to see that actually in words is appreciated. And it's also interesting to see how different managers provide their reports, isn't it, in terms of the way and the approach. So some take, overall responsibility, and others rely on others to pad out the areas. But it's appreciated and provides a great understanding of what's going on across the organisation. And again, the huge amount of work happening in this particular area, which is diverse and is kicking goals. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Further contributions? Anything to close?
Nothing to close.
Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Budget amendments at 20.2. We've got the recommendation being that council, and by absolute majority, approves the published changes to the 24-25 statutory estimates. Somebody to move? The Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Well, thank you. I mean, the major adjustment here is something we spoke about a few minutes ago, which is the Albert Hall upgrades and refurbishment. I can't go away for a month and you spend all this money. Anyway, very I understand the reasons why. So that's really just bringing that into the budget because it wasn't previously in there. There are a number of iterations of moving things from capital to operations because of the nature of the works that are being done from operations to capital in a number of ways. I guess there's been robbing Peter to pay Paul. We've taken things out of some budget lines to fund other things in other budget lines, which has either meant the project has come in under budget, the project has been deferred to a later date, or the project's been cancelled. So they're probably the major reasons why we would do that. I guess from my perspective, I guess the long-term financial plan and so forth, where we do bump things down the road, we're cognizant of that when we do our future budgeting to ensure that, when we knock something down the road, that we've actually got sufficient budget in the future budgets to enable to afford it. But fundamentally, this is just making sure that the community is aware of how our budget changes from time to time and those adjustments and how they filter through to the bottom line.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Harris?
Nothing further on that.
Anything from the table? Nothing further to close then? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against? The motion is carried. Monthly financial performance report at 20.3. Recommendation is to note the report outlining capital and operational results ending the 28th of February. Somebody to move. Deputy Mayor has moved. Councillor Harris, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, it's just pleasing, I guess, to see that our underlying deficit as of the end of February shows not around 76 budget. Hopefully we can provide that home to the end of the year. And I guess what I'm looking for is now we're at sort of end of the year type status, particularly coming into the budget and deciding on budgets as to how well we've gone relative to last year's budget, because I think, sort of projecting out now to the year end so that when we're looking at our budget, that we can actually take into account how our performance has gone in the current financial year. And if we've done better than our budget, as to whether that might assist or inform what we might be looking for from a rate increase going forward. So I'd really like to see some of that work done and brought back to us so that when we're looking at the budget, we actually have a bit of a guesstimate of what we think our end of year result looks like. So other than that, I think it's good news. We're noting that there are some ups and downs in there. Some of them are not good ones, like I've said in the past about our employment savings, which are really not savings, just many things are not getting done as quickly as they can be. And there's some key things like interest, key things like dividends from APAL and things like that, which are the permanent differences that we go next year with going into the budget. It's nice to see that, certainly from the perspective of our fees and charges, which means that people are doing things in the community, are showing a positive result.
Thank you. Councillor Harris?
Yes, I just had a question that I may ask why, and it says about the user charges and fees are unfavourable to the tune of 440,000 due to the state landfill levy collection Are you able to explain whether that will in fact right itself by the end of the financial year, or is it in fact something that will be always less than what we had expected?
So at the moment, that would be what I would call a permanent difference. So that would be due to less waste effectively going through the gate and being levied, but there is a corresponding decrease in our expense as well. So that is offset by the levy that is payable.
Thank you. Further contributions? Nothing to close. Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Fees and charges at 20.4. We've got the recommendation being that council sets the fees for the financial year as published in this agenda for the year ending 30th of June 2026. Somebody to move. Councillor Dawkins. Seconded. Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Dawkins.
Thank you. I'll move it for the purpose of being able to begin the discussion. This is underpinned by a 6.7% increase, which is obviously what we've discussed around the rate increase. They are decoupled in some sense. So if we pass this today, it doesn't mean we can't have a spirited conversation at some point in the future around that rate increase. Obviously, nobody ever wants fees to go up. Nobody wants anything to go up, to be honest. But this, really, this is a statement of our commitment to our community, of the services that we offer, and this increase is in line with being able to continue to deliver those services.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge? I've got a question, Councillor Gibson, then Councillor Harris.
Thank you. 2 questions. In succinct word form, could we please provide an overview of the changes to our parking fees strategy? Certainly can read the 4 lines that are approached there in terms of our key messaging, how have the refinements to our parking costs, how they reflected in our fees and charges.
Absolutely. Please just give me one moment while I pull up the specific comparatives to the prior year. So with regards to our on-street meters, we have increased the 1 hour meters from $3.50 to $4, so a 50-cent increase. The 3 hour meters from $3 to $3.50, I beg your pardon. So a 50-cent increase again. And for the 9 hour meters, they've increased by $1 to they have increased from $1.50 to $2, so another 50-cent increase. Across the various multi-storey car parks, we have introduced a per 30 minutes fee there, so that's $1.50 per 30 minutes, and the early bird rate, where applicable, has increased by $1 to $8 there. There's a number of new fees which have been introduced, but they are replacing various fees which have been deleted. That is to provide more consistency across our suite of parking facilities across the municipality.
Great, thank you. When the fees and charges were workshopped with councillors, there was still a body of work to be undertaken with regard to the Launceston Waste Centre and the fees and charges in the schedule. Could you provide an overview of where we arrived at that work and how that informed the fees and charges that are contained today?
So what we will be doing at a workshop coming up before the end of the financial year is bringing the waste management charges for discussion prior to implementing any recommendation with those. I will just pull up the waste management fees. Just give me one moment, please. So with respect to the waste fees that are here in front of you, we've used that 6.7% increase as the baseline model. As contained in the report, there's a number of fees that increase by greater or lesser than that due to roundings. But as I say, that waste management charge, which is the key thing to recoup our curbside collection costs, that is coming to a council workshop in the near future.
Thank you. My final question is just to understand, so in terms of the setting of the fees and charges, they are, as Councillor Dawkins said, one is not reliant upon the other, i.e. fees and charges, and the increase proposed at 6.7% today is not coupled with any potential rate increase other than with respect to if there is a shortfall in either, one needs to understand what impact that has and find additional cuts to be able to substantiate that. But in terms of then the actual setting of the fees and charges, I definitely understand the principles, I think we call them the predicated principles that are applied, which are the same as those applied in previous years. Is it just for convenience then that the fees and charges increase is the same as what council staff are recommending the rate increase is? Obviously, one of the predicating principles is that it's an appropriate setting of fees is an important way in which the City of Launceston can obtain a wider contribution to regional facilities, understanding that people from outside the municipality pay fees and charges as well. How is it though that they are, from an officer perspective, the presentation of both is currently identical?
So I would say it's not for convenience, it is for consistency. I'm certainly a big believer that a user pays model is probably more equitable and fair way to generate our revenue. So if a resident or a non-resident of Launceston is using one of our facilities, they pay for that service. So look, I think consistency is probably the big thing. And as you touched on, Councillor Gibson and Councillor Dawkins, this decision today, predicated on that 6.7% general fee increase, has absolutely no direct implications to an upcoming rate decision. One is not tied to the other.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, the question.
Yes, and I guess my question is a little bit along those lines as well. Obviously, when we do set these fees with a rise of whatever, there is a certain amount of rounding that goes up and down in the swings and roundabouts of fees. Because we don't have the previous year's fees, it's more difficult for me to find one. However, I did find the $35 for the Road Safety Centre is now going to $37. Now, that is an increase of just under 6%, so it's neither 6.7 nor is it 5. It is somewhere in the middle because of the rounding, and that would be applying across all of the fees. Is that correct?
You are correct, Councillor Harris, and as a general rule of thumb, we round down, not round up with our fees.
Good to hear that.
Further contributions? Further questions? Okay.
So just so everyone understands, is it not the case that today, like this is the only mechanism we have to determine the fees and charges for the coming financial year? After today, after that being considered, that's it, and we move forward. The next opportunity is the next form of the piece of the puzzle is the budget. Is that correct?
Yes and no. Council has the ability to change, add, remove fees at any council meeting throughout the year. This is the setting of the majority of fees, I would term it as. You're quite right though, if council does approve these fees today, then the next step is moving on with our budget discussion. We've been given a lot of feedback from the community regarding the draft budget, and we will seek to bring that to workshop shortly after Easter. The community consultation period closes at the end of April, I believe. So certainly we'll be receiving all of that feedback from the community, providing that formal response after discussions with council. And the budget is set to be tabled at a council meeting in June. still a lot of work to go with our budget, we know that. And as I say, we bring that to council workshop shortly.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, question if I may. The 6.7% in the budget, partly coincidence, the two numbers are the same. That may provide some confusion, but of course, when it comes to the budget, it's CPI, it's inflation, but it's also a council looking towards getting towards zero deficit or a surplus eventually. Surely that's not the same formula we apply to a user pay system like fees and charges. That if we're talking about user pays, then the model that we should be looking at is not bringing the council into surplus or out of deficit, but the model should be how does that 6.7% cover the user service, I suppose.
Yeah, I can certainly comment that a number of our council facilities, so Launceston Aquatic Centre, Carvilla, the significant regional centres, QV Mag, do not run at an operating surplus. So they are effectively being subsidised by the rates. So that is why I'm supportive of working towards that user pay models, where a number of these facilities can start to get closer to break even. Of course, they're community facilities. We're not running them as commercial enterprises, so we would never want them to make a significant amount of profit. But there is an element that we need to be mindful that we should take the burden off the ratepayer who's not using these facilities as well.
And the second question, if I may, that there's an element where I think where fees and charges are providing something around 23% of our operational funding, and therefore you might say we have predicted that our operational funding is requiring to increase to avoid that deficit. So there's a coupling and a decoupling going on there, I suppose, is all I would say. There's not really a question in there. I'll just briefly say that I do support the 6.7% today. I accept that at any time in the future, as much of a headache as it might provide, any councillor can stand up and move a notice of motion to say, look, actually, I think it should be closer to 5%. Or this set of fees, they're different category to those set of fees. That's up to any councillor to do at any time. But at this present moment, whilst the rates are another discussion that we will have, because that is not really a user pay system. I mean, you could say it is and it isn't. I mean, it is in some ways because they're all users, but in another way, there's no discrimination when it comes to rates. So, yeah, I stand to support the motion.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I guess just a question in regard to relativities. I know we do align ourselves and see what other councils are charging in regards to these fees and charges. And my sense is across the board, we're relatively either in the middle or certainly not on the high end in regard to what we charge for the services that we provide. Is that still an accurate statement post this sort of assessment?
With 700 odd charges, it's hard to give an answer on all of that, but certainly I know anecdotally parking in other cities in Tasmania that charge for parking, it does seem cheaper. I would say that our Launceston Aquatic Centre, for example, is a fairly affordable facility based on a more commercial enterprise. We're doing a lot of work on our waste charges at the moment, looking at that too. Again, it is balancing that commercial versus community aspect with our fees as well.
CEO, for some clarification around the topic.
So, thank you, Mayor, and just potentially and hopefully for some clarification, I think I'm picking up some of the commentary and threads where some councillors are trying to go, and I certainly don't want to confuse fees and charges with rates in this debate and discussion at this point in time. In my professional opinion, I would advise any council, anywhere in Australia, or worldwide for that fact, that when setting budgets, at a minimum, CPI should apply, whether it's fees and charges or anything else we do. That is an absolute minimum position that anyone should take. That is a position you could choose to take at this point in time too, if you choose to. Pardon my ignorance and not being fully familiar with previous processes and how fees have been set, but if I go back and reference the long-term financial plan, The long-term financial plan is very clear in the fact that it is recommended to council to undertake a full detailed service level review, which is currently partway through the process, not completed. But that is the information that will actually give you the formula, or the best part of a formula, to determine on the science behind your fees and charges, in particular, and potentially then also in rates. Whilst the 6.7 does have a direct linkage in this instance to rates, obviously, it is the best formula, the best bit of science we have in the absence of other data. That is essentially the position on where we sit at this point in time. It is my hope and will that by the time we get round to the 25-26 budget, we will have more data. For example, I'm looking at charges here on some of our car parks. Probably should have picked perhaps a less controversial example. But a multi-storey car park, we should be able to have data to know exactly what does that car park cost us per annum in total. What is the volume units going in and out of that? So therefore it costs X, there is X going in and out, and we should be able to do a simple divide number, cost X divided by X. That will give you a full cost recovery model. That then helps you build the science around your individual fees and charges, and also the policy position. Do you want them to be cost recovery? Are you happy to make a profit out of some of those fees and services? But also recognising that for every service you provide where you have the ability for fees and charges and you subsidise, because it is a subsidy, if you have the ability to break even or make a profit and you choose not to, you are then going back to ratepayers and saying, dear ratepayer, we would like you to pay more in your council rates because we don't want the users of such service to pay what is the adequate cost attribution to cover the cost of it. I mean, this is probably a larger workshop session, and the executive leaders already highlighted we will be doing that, and I actually want to walk you through some of the long-term financial plan assumptions that currently exist, and particularly around setting of rates and fees and charges as well. There is no easy answer to it, I can assure you of that, and I would certainly pick up Councillor Dawkins' comments before that no one likes paying more. I don't like paying more. I don't know of any human being that's actually ever asked to pay more for a service or ever asked to pay more in tax. They would be a very rare human being. So 6.7 is essentially the best formula we can get in the absence of more data. Are we going through a process to build more data? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that the answer in 12 months' time will be easier, because you'll have more information which may actually then propose potentially higher fee increases if council takes a policy position to be cost neutral.
Thank you, CEO. A further question, Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate that. I guess it's just hard to comprehend when, you know, an email goes out and says, right, we're upping our fees and charges schedule by 6.7%, please reply. So my question is, what are our internal stakeholders, i.e. the staff at the waste gate? What are our internal stakeholders, our parking staff? And what are our internal stakeholders in terms of front desk aquatic centre staff saying to their leaders with regard to the proposed increase, which is considerable?
CEO.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Councillor Gibson. Obviously, I can't speak for all team leaders because I'm certainly not across all of them. The conversation, I can talk for what I have had as I've been going around doing enterprise agreement negotiations amongst our teams and talking about fee charges. I won't name one, but I'll think of one in particular in my mind now, where the team leader of that particular business unit has actually embraced the fees and charges conversation in a very positive way. And I know that person in particular is actually doing some benchmarking with the sector to know in other councils, particularly neighbouring councils, for the similar service of the same, what are those councils charging? So we actually get a bit of an industry benchmark around what our, shouldn't say competitors, but what our neighbours are also doing. But then equally also doing some cost recovery formulas themselves. So I'm aware of certainly some, and one in particular that's doing a very good job. And I would say that broadly the staff are embracing the fact we can actually delve into the detail, picking up particularly in waste. I met with one of the members of the waste team on Monday on another matter, but that again was highlighting the detailed work our staff in that area are doing around what is the cost of that particular business unit and what are the cost recovery mechanisms as we actually work towards potentially, and picking up Councillor Walker's comments earlier on going to a circular economy. So there's some more work coming to you on that, which will have detailed numbers.
Okay. Any further comments, queries, concerns, questions? Nothing further to close. Okay. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Gibson and Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. Lilydale Hall, 20.5. Before we get to the recommendation, Mr. Nara has been sitting very patiently, who has registered to speak to the item at 20.5. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Let me start by saying there's no doubt that the Lilydale Memorial Hall is a massively underutilised asset. 16 bookings a year for the last 2 years doesn't sort of tell a figure of an asset that's being really well utilised by the community. And we believe that, we've been having discussions with council officers about a lease on the Memorial Hall. We believe that we've got a plan to have the Memorial Hall much better utilised. First of all, as a community hub, and we have a number of things in place to do that, which you can read in the report. But also we believe there's an opportunity to significantly increase the bookings that take place in the Memorial Hall, and that would be through active promotion and management of the Memorial Hall. And I can give you one example. Since it's been known in the community that we're negotiating with, or seeking to negotiate with council about a lease on the hall, I've been approached by 3 separate professional chefs who are interested in utilising the commercial kitchen that exists in the hall. And if you're a chef and you want to drop off some food in the morning for 15 minutes into the fridges, and then you come back in the afternoon to do a little bit of food preparation, and you're back 3 hours later to do an hour or 2 hours cooking, it's really difficult to do it in an online booking system through the City of Launceston, to organise a deposit, to pay a key, to pay an hourly rate, because you can't do a 15-minute rate or a 10-minute rate to do a drop-off. But as a community organisation, we have the capacity to make hiring arrangements with people like professional chefs, and to make the Lilydale Memorial Hall a viable centre for using. And what we're proposing is, under the council policies, booking the Memorial Hall, a lease on the Memorial Hall, would see us absorbing not only the losses, which currently, as per the paper, are a bit over $7,000 a year, but we'd also be responsible for all of the annual checks and the inspections. And we calculate that it would cost us in a year, if the bookings remain the same, about $13,000. So we'd be absorbing a $13,000 loss that would send us broke in about 3 years. So we believe that there's an opportunity for council and for the Lilydale community through the LDPA to reach an agreement that's beneficial for both bodies, that sees the hall utilised, that sees council having to reduce its costs for its losses in the Memorial Hall, hopefully in the long term to zero, but which also means that we won't get sent bankrupt trying to pick it up as we take time to develop those uses. So thank you for this opportunity, and I really urge you to vote in support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nara. Thank you. So we do have the recommendation here that council notes that the Lilydale District Progress Association has proposed a lease that is not consistent with the council's lease and licence policy, but the recommendation does have to authorise the continuation of negotiations with the LDPA outside of that. Somebody to move? Councillor Pentridge, seconded. Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Pentridge.
I think it's a great idea, and I think we should be supporting it, and I'll definitely be supporting it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dawkins?
Yes, well, clearly we have to balance the needs of an entity and organisation needs to have policies around how we hire halls with the needs for this distinct community and this distinct group who have shown are willing and shown that they deeply understand what their community needs and probably show capacity to be able to do that. So for us, it's to be able to be a transparent organisation, that if we offer a variation of our policy to one group, clearly we need to be open to be able to offer it to others. And this is the kind of stuff that gets organisations like ours in trouble from time to time. So it's a very delicate dance that we need to play now, because we have to ensure that we understand the needs of our community moving forward with all halls and all facilities that we own, with the needs of this particular community, who, as I've said, have shown that they have got the capacity, have a deep understanding of what their community needs, and I believe we'll be able to do this. So it's now a process that we need to understand.
Great. Thank you. I've got Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Gibson.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the mover and seconder, and Mr. Nair, thank you for your comments. Again, I'm supportive of doing this. I'd like to call it a trial, purely on the point of view of not sort of setting ourselves a precedent, because the reason some of our processes have been in place is because of things that have happened in the past. And I'll just express, where we had one where a hall was trashed by somebody who hired because we had no control over what was going on there because the committee was running it. And then all of a sudden we were there to pick up the pieces at the end of it. So I guess, Tony and your organisation, I'm very comfortable with what you do and how you do it. When you step away from it, who takes over is extremely important from the point of view of its ability to manage that going forward. So I think there's a number of things that we need to sort of put in place where there's regular interaction between your organisation and our organisation to ensure that management continues on in the way that we would like it to manage the property. When we step aside from it, you're taking the risk of whoever hires the hall, and therefore if there's substantial damage done to the hall by a hirer, then you're running that risk and being aware of what that looks like, and likewise anything that the LDPA might do in there that could cause significant damage to it. We need to work out what we're actually looking after and what you're looking after, so there's a clear delineation of what that looks like going forward. But I'm prepared to do it because, I mean, it's a substantial asset in Lilydale, and certainly it was the council chambers, it was everything to the community many, many years ago. So I'm delighted that we're actually walking outside of our normal structure to try and see how this works. I think we just need to work lockstep together to ensure that we manage our risks, you manage and we'll help you manage your risks associated with it, so that this set up for success and not something that's going to come back and bite us on the backside later on because, oh, we didn't think of that. So whilst I'm happy for us to continue through the negotiations, discussions, I think we just need to really work carefully about what our expectations are from both sides. I'm very comfortable in working with you, but your successor or whatever into the future may or may not be the same person as the way that you operate things. So I think understanding all that sort of stuff so that we keep very closely. So I think what that requires of our officers is a more hands-on approach in regard to reviews, coming out and checking the facility and making sure that, and particularly I know there are a couple of CapEx things that need to be done out there in the floor in the kitchen and things like that, that I'm not sure whether they've been dealt with, but need to make sure that when we hand it over, we know what we're handing over and it's appropriate what we're handing over for use. And then I guess keeping closely aligned in our conversations, but certainly from an administration point of view, it's going to be far easier if you're dealing with it in the community rather than from our place. But the reasons that these things are in place are because we've had issues, and trying to manage and control and de-risk some of these things are the reasons why we do it. So from my perspective, let's go, but eyes open when we go through the process.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson and Councillor Harris.
Thank you, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to look at it. I guess from my perspective, looking at point 3, when it comes back, I think the terms of our current community leases are anywhere between 5 and 10. I wouldn't want to be looking at this in the same light. I think it would have to have a much shorter period of time for the reasons mentioned. Obviously, for the first time, strange to say that, we seem to be actually doing regular inspections of our halls and infrastructure, which is obviously needed, and it needs to be clearly laid out that that would be a quarterly, annual expectation of the organisation, because as others have said, that's where things have got away from us in the past. And I think given that we would be receiving absolutely no revenue, there would need to be some mechanisms to ensure, first of all, that the Progress Association weren't charging for the hall more than other users would have been charged for the hall. So the charging fees would need to be less or in line with what council are doing. I think there needs to at least be some communication from the Progress Association with regard to the RSL and to ensure that they don't see themselves as also someone who could be given the opportunity to manage the bookings. Certainly in the lead up to Anzac Day for the last couple of years, I've often received a telephone call, as have other councillors, with regard to what hasn't happened at the hall in preparation for Anzac Day. So we probably need to do a check-in, or the Progress Association need to do a check-in with the RSL to ensure that they are happy for the Progress Association to manage it rather than anyone else. And the big thing for me is what happens if something goes wrong in terms of who is liable. So there will need to be some very clear inclusions in the lease agreement, as is seen in point 3. But I do think that this is something that, given our ongoing development of the relationship with the Progress Association, sets the standard of wanting to work together. Most importantly, sees the optimisation of the asset. We've spent considerable amount on the kitchen, on the floor, on the toilet. Notwithstanding there might be more to do, here is an opportunity for it fully to be realised, so that when someone wants to do a movie night for their community, they don't need to pay casual rates, they don't need to come into council to get the key, and that the process of actually self-actualising the community to achieve good things can be fully realised. Understand that this is in direct opposition to our own policies, to our own vision. Understand absolutely halls in the past that have caused us grief. I think, though, by reducing the term of the lease offered and by ensuring that the work that we're doing in terms of our asset ongoing annual maintenance, we can control it with some particular clauses that are included and some recognition and regard to long-term users such as the RSL who might have an alternate view. If that can be achieved, then bringing back part 3 for the lease to be formally considered by the council, and as others have said, to perhaps use as a template, noting that other halls and other circumstances are very different and in some cases have already been handed over to organisations for $1, then so be it. But this one is different. There's already buy-in from the Progress Association, and I think its intent should be supported, notwithstanding there are some tricky things to be worked through.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I do stand to support this today because, having been involved in the Carrick Hall many years ago and running it as a community facility, I understand the challenges, but also the benefits that a local committee can bring to its local hall. I'm very impressed, but the LAPD has 71 members, 9 on their committee. We would have been lucky to have 9 on our member list, let alone how many actually turned up for a meeting. As others have said, it clearly is to be a trial because you are going against what experience has taught us. And so there is a great responsibility on the LAPD to deliver on their side of the bargain, and also to make sure that we don't end up, as we have done with some others, where there's a great cost incurred by the ratepayers of Launceston to repair damage that has been done by a hirer. And there needs to be things like the clear definition of what is routine or minor maintenance. At what point does a dripping tap become more than minor maintenance to replace a washer or reseating the tap or replacing the unit? And all of those things has to be worked out so that we have an understanding, as does the LAPD, so they know where they can go to and where they can't. But let's call this a trial. Let's see how we go. If it's going to work anywhere, I do think it will work at Lilydale because it is and has a great sense of its own community, and that's to be applauded as well. So I do encourage other councillors to vote for this, and just want to recognise the good work that the LAPD does in the Lilydale area. I think it's fantastic, and it certainly does create a lot of community pride in what that little township has.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker?
The LAPD, I think you may have got the Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Police Department mixed up with the Lilydale District Progress Association, and a wonderful district it is too. And I thank you for coming along and speaking to us. It's fascinating this is being played out in the public arena. I really like it. A little bit of transparency and accountability goes a long way in this type of business. I too have concerns about this, probably a little different to others, but since you brought the subject up, the Lilydale District Association has weighed in as what you'd say a lobby group at times, and I think that's where my concerns lie. That we like traditionally hall committees, and there's still quite a few around, maybe not in the Launceston district, but it was, you know, Grandma down the road being the treasurer and old mate Farmer being the president and a few other people in that district who, yeah, look, we get together once every 3 months to count the coins and sweep the floors or whatever. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a home for the district association in a way, and that's great, and it's great for the district. But I suppose, you know, speaking ever so slightly politically, this is where my concern would be that we might not be exactly reinstituting the Lilydale Municipal Council, but we would certainly be supporting a progress association who has, you know, a well-canvassed idea about what you would like for the future of Lilydale, but that might not always be in line with what Launceston Council thinks that should be for Lilydale, and that has been the case in the past. So I'm not saying anything, you know, groundbreaking in that. That's just a tension that we would have to manage, I suppose, and I'm sure you'd understand that, and others would too. How do we do that? I suppose, you know, that's I'm all ears when it comes to that anyway, because it's and I'm, you know, very familiar with Lilydale and the district, and what I've seen in that district is the community coming together more and more over the years. The differences that may have existed if we're going back 20, 30 years ago, that has changed, and I think there's a real cohesiveness, and I'm sure that the association has some part to play in that. So I'll support this today, and I'll support further discussions and discovering how this can work to the best of its ability, because of course there are also other groups that I know of in the Launceston municipality who would like to have the similar sort of control over their hall. So this is a sort of litmus test where if we can get this right, I can see it happening in other, especially sort of out-of-line areas of the municipality. Not out-of-line for you, out-of-line for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. Yes, I rise to support this today, and I'm very, very happy to. And I thank Tony for being here and all the conversations we've had over many, many months. And I'd like to also thank the CEO and Council Officer Williams for all the support they have given us in the direction of this. It's been well received. The Lilydale Memorial Hall was built by the local community with construction beginning in 1953 and completion in 1955. The project was a community effort with residents fundraising, volunteering their time and contributing their skills to establish a space dedicated to the people of Lilydale. The hall was built in honour of men and women from the district who served in both world wars. Very relevant in this coming weeks. Whether it's the Lantern Walk, whether it's the Christmas carols, whether it's the movie nights, whatever it may be, I've got full faith that the LDPA, in its current format, will be really successful in anything they do for Lilydale and the greater Launceston community. It is a wonderful place. If anyone's driven past lately, we have put a bit of paint on the building, the Memorial Hall, and it looks fantastic.
A new sign.
Pardon?
New sign as well.
New sign. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's looking fantastic. And when you go in the building, it really is wonderful. The beautiful floorboards, the space that we have Anzac Day and Remembrance Day in there. So for me, this is absolutely a wonderful thing, and I look forward to us working together. And I have absolutely full faith in Tony and his team that we can move forward together and do whatever's needed for the community. Thank you very much.
Great. Any further comments? To close, Councillor Pentridge.
Yeah, look, thanks, Tony. I'm just a little bit surprised listening to my colleagues. I actually thought Lilydale was part of our community. And but you've been given a few good notes from very caring people. Make sure you do it right. Otherwise there'll be trouble, because you can remember we've got a lot of people here going to keep an eye on you, make sure you stay on the right track. And I, for one, would be very surprised if you didn't. So congratulations, and I hope it all works as well as you would like it to.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. 20.6, we've got council committees, with the recommendation being that council receives the review of council committees report and also dissolves the published council committees and notes the relevant resignations from any committees. We've got other parts here. Calls for nominations to the two committees: events, sponsorship and grants. And then there's point 5, 6, 7 and 8, which are more of the operational side. So yes, we'll run that, and then we will, with the will of the table, suspend standing orders. Is that required here because we're going to nominate now? Yeah, nominate now as well for those people. Yeah, cool. Excellent. Okay, so let's accept and then suspend. Okay. Thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Harris, all those in favour to suspend standing orders? Okay. The motion is carried. Okay. So looking at votes, if there's more.
I'm happy to nominate Councillor Alan Harris, who was unfortunately unsuccessful in his previous attempt to get on the committee and has indicated that he would be very interested in being on both committees this time.
Sure. Is there a seconder to the nomination or any further nominations? Councillor Dawkins? Okay.
Prior to making a decision, will that mean Mr. Harris will be not here as often as he should be?
He'll be here more often.
How are you doing?
Sponsorship and grants.
Sorry,
Events, sponsorship as one committee and community grants as another committee. So Councillor Gibson has... No, they don't have to. It could be different people. This is just the first one that's been put forward.
What, if I may, whilst they're not synonymous, it does improve the approach by having consistent panel members. Has been my view. I mean, I would also be happy to nominate Councillor Walker if he is interested.
Community grants committee, and that was really rewarding and great.
Okay, so if councillors are happy with the nomination of Councillor Harris for both committees? Okay.
I move that we resume standing orders.
Okay, a seconder to resume. Councillor Palmer, all those in favour to resume standing orders? The resuming of standing orders is now in place. Okay, so we have the nomination of Councillor Harris for both committees, event sponsorship and community grants. So there will be no requirement for a ballot. So noting that that is now in the recommendation, with recommendations also 1 and 2. Happy to move? Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor, bless you, Pentridge. Okay.
Yeah, so just in relation to this, I think that we've had a review of our committees which have gone on for a number of months. A report came back to council some time ago and now has come back with a recommendation that a number of committees will now cease to exist. I think it's important to note from the community's point of view that these committees, whilst they've moved out, may well, once our strategy's been formulated, come back in another guise, are more appropriately formulated to meet the needs of our strategic plan going forward. So whilst some of these committees have lasted for a long period of time, it gives us an opportunity to put in place terms and conditions which are appropriate and make sure that when we engage people in these committees going forward, that they're appropriate and serving the purpose of our strategy going forward, and may well be able to give far better guidance to council in regards to how some of those matters might proceed to ensure that we meet the strategies that we set forward. So I think that's the intention of this. And whilst I note that some of these have been long-serving committees, I've been involved in committees in the past where I've actually brought them to a closure because they've served their purpose. The Heritage Forest Committee being one of them, whilst it was an authority, York Parking Precinct Authority. So it's not without precedent that we have determined the life cycle of a committee and determined that it's time that we change direction. And I think it's important that we do that now and then come back and relook at what we're missing when we've adopted our strategy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pentridge.
I'd like to say that in light of the multiple nominees we had, I think it was a wise choice that we picked Councillor Harris here. I'm sure you'll do a great job.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. Want to first of all speak to point one. Thought the work undertaken by Leah Carr on behalf of council was an outstanding piece of work, and clearly identified that some committees had reached the end of their useful life for a multitude of reasons. Some reasons not clearly articulated, probably because staff perhaps didn't feel that they could speak openly, or in some cases not all staff for all committees even responded to surveys. There is no doubt that some committees reached the end of their life because they were whittled down to a shadow of themselves. In some instances, if not a directive, certainly it was the intent that some committees and the work of the committees were almost killed off by the views of individual staff members. What I think this does is note that when committees are linked with clear strategic outcomes, they can be really effective when they're owned and embraced by all levels of the organisation rather than seen as strain on particular directorates, and the biggest decision of the organising staff members are to determine where the catering is coming from. Great outcomes can be achieved. It's great sadness that the Sister City Committee hasn't achieved its potential. In fact, there would be former councillors who would turn over if they saw the state of where sister cities have got to and the lack of regard for what they have been and could be. We saw obviously the media team stepped into space and really activated and celebrated the achievement, but you know, it has been a great disappointment over probably the last 6 years that trying to get staff to take that on and to move forward with it just hasn't happened. And so ad hoc approaches occur, lack of reporting occurs, and you end up with reports with 5 dot points from particular committees. That being said, this is a realignment, the opportunity to make use of talent, make use of volunteers, strategically align, which I really appreciate the CEO championing and which I absolutely agree with. Committees can be a really useful tool moving forward. So this is not the end of them, it is the ensuring that they are strategically linked, they're set up for success, and that from the top down, they're valued. Because if you value something, it brings return and it's celebrated and it's achieved rather than being seen as a nuisance. It's disappointing for a variety of reasons that the Tender Review Committee structure has moved to what it has. That was a very successful committee where people could speak frankly and good outcomes could be achieved for a variety of reasons in terms of behaviour and other things. We've moved to the structure that we have. At the end of 7-hour meetings, when you get to those recommendations, I'm not sure that it's the best approach. Hopefully that can be reviewed in time as well. But what I want to do is pay tribute to the fact that over the years, the Cataract Gorge Advisory Committee, the Access Advisory Committee, the Launceston City Heart Reference Group in a variety of iterations, and Launceston sister city committees of the past, together with the Transport Committee and indeed tender review committees of the past, have worked well, have achieved great outcomes, but they have now, as determined in the report, reached the end of their useful life based on a whole range of factors, some of which I've referenced, others of which have played out the way that they have. And I want to importantly say that the role and the value that this council plays on volunteers is important. And for a number of years now, I've been asking for a review of our volunteer policy. I've been told that that work is going to occur. We now see it in terms of the need for standardised terms of reference, where things like parking vouchers and or remuneration perhaps will be identified in terms of meeting best volunteer principles in terms of members of our community. And those things can be looked at and brought forward, I think, within a couple of months in a standardised way for those committees that are moving forward. So I want to thank the previous CEO and current, as well as the current manager, for continuing with this work. I do think, whilst it's sad that it's got to this point, the future is bright, and it's for that reason that I'll be supporting all points of the recommendation as presented today. And I look forward to particularly the sister city relationship and whatever that looks like moving forward, to someone grappling with that. You know, some division seeing the merit and the strength of what can be achieved when you have some part of council that cares rather than just the elected representatives, and we can fully realise that relationship moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my fellow colleagues for your support in my nomination for the two committees of the events and sponsorship and the community grants. Just to look at the committees that have been dissolved, it's interesting to think about that some have reached the end of their successful or their lifespan, as Councillor Mackenzie said. The Access Advisory Committee really is covered by a lot of building regulations and rules now. The Cataract Gorge, I hope, will be reborn under perhaps a greening of Launceston type of committee. The City Heart has never met in the 5 years that I have been on it, and I think it will be interesting because that clearly has part of our strategic plan, and it will be good to see that actually get some legs under it. Our Sister City Committee may well be reborn under an economic or humanitarian aspect of our strategic plan, economic growth. A tender review, has Councillor Gibson said, has been moved into closed council, and so we address it there. And finally, the Transport Committee, of which I was chair, I hope to be reborn under their strategic plan, where we have clearly identified that the city needs to do its transport in different ways than what we currently are. We have to reduce our dependency on cars. And so whatever we call this committee, I look forward to it being a way of implementing the strategic plan in ways that enables people to move around our cities using public transport, using active transport, rather than just relying on motor cars for over 92% of our journeys. So look forward to supporting this going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and as chair of the Cataract Gorge Advisory Committee, I stand to say that I think that we have, it is probably, it might be the case with other committees too, but I think that, you know, my concern is that the message could be that on a very prosaic level that, oh, we no longer think that's important, which of course is not true. The headline has to be that we will be forming a more robust and versatile committee that that can encompass something like parks and reserves and greening Launceston with more relevancy and with greater vigour than perhaps has been demonstrated through the current committee situation. I note that the Local Government Act for Tasmania says very little about committees. It says councils can form committees if they like, if they want, You know, they can set up the parameters around them. There's special committees. Oh, council may establish a special committee if they want. Knock yourself out. That's about all you get, really. I'm paraphrasing in case you think that that's what they really say, but the council is to determine the procedures relating to meetings of a special committee, and that's about all you get. So we get to determine that. We get to determine the scope of it and how it connects to our strategic plan and things like that. But as I say, I do feel as though we may have, inadvertently, as this process has limped along, we know that we wish to re-establish a different framework. It's just a little bit of a shame that that's not at least, it's indicated here, but there's not much meat to the bone as far as that's concerned at the moment. The Cataract Gorge Committee has had, quite the parade of really professional, informed, concerned community members over the years. And of course, the Cataract Gorge is the jewel in the crown of Launceston. And that's why that committee exists, because everyone has an opinion about it, has an aspect that they wish to preserve and protect. And that must continue. That must be in the parameters of any future greening Launceston committee. So, having made that point very clear, I will be supporting this, as sad as it is to be the final chair of the Cataract Gorge Committee. I will endeavour and make sure that that is not lost in the next iteration. As someone who has created the committee, the Homelessness Advisory Committee, I can see that even something like that could be incorporated into the future, into something greater. I would love it to be the Housing Committee. That would be wonderful, but it's not there yet, and it won't be there for quite a long time. So let's put our collective minds to it with all haste, I suppose, is where I'm coming from in terms of, okay, disbanding it is one, sister city, another example. Disbanding is one thing, but the headline could easily be that Launceston doesn't really care about its sister city relationships anymore, and that's just not true. The headline has to be that we will, with haste, have an improved system that reflects our strategic planning, and as through you, Chair, Councillor Harris rightly says, should be not just about economic development, but also about how Launceston Council can contribute in its own way to the prosperity of another part of the world, which maybe is not as lucky as us. That would be a wonderful thing if that was the outcome of a future, shall we say, maybe not economic advisory committee, but, a prosperity committee, an abundance working group, or something that, acknowledges that we have something that we can share with places in the world not as fortunate as ourselves.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions to close, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for everyone's contribution. Just to finalise, I think the key out of this is comms. Is actually getting ahead of the game and putting something out from a point of view so that people don't take the views that have been expressed that might happen. I don't think we should design what those committees look like into the future just yet. I think we've got time to do that, but thank you for the debate, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Deputy. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Strategy and Innovation at 21.1 is the quarterly report, with the recommendation being to receive the report. We'll wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we do. Yep, 7. Receiving the report has been moved by Councillor Gibson, seconded by Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Gibson.
Just briefly, some outstanding work happening here, and I want to reference the fact that there is some work happening in the sister city space. It's got a China link in terms of the work that's undertaken there, but obviously we'll see that expand. I'm really excited about, first of all, the creation of this part of the organisation, but more importantly around the goals that they are being able to kick out of the park. the really appropriate way that they have just grappled, a small team have just grappled with the big projects that need to be undertaken to see us kind of more strategically power the organisation has been amazing, not only through the work that is intended for Council to endorse through the strategic plan, but across all facets of the organisation, everything from a review of today, tomorrow together, through to the dining decks, through to the precinct work. The work has been extensive, is extensive, but most importantly, it's really, it seems to be embraced and linked to the work of other parts of the organisation. I'm particularly excited to even see the reference to nighttime economy in anything that we're doing. It's been listed for as many years as Councillor Dawkins and I can remember as an action, but to actually see that there is something that's measurable and that we're going to align ourselves with is exciting. Obviously, lots of reference to the innovation and the forward-thinking parts of the organisation through our mapping, through our GIS, through our artificial intelligence, etc. All of that's acknowledged. But what I'm really excited about as well is ensuring that our new Launceston Central operational agreement kicks goals for us. It's obviously fully funded by us. More than ever before is that the strategic imperatives contained in that document, which I note is currently at legal review, so I hope it contains everything we want. In no time more than now is that going to be more important than ever. We should be able to tick countless numbers of our own strategic goals off by our investment in that organisation. It's not a nice to have, it's not an extra, it's not something that we decide ad hoc to fund or not. It's strategically linked and it's working for us and in return ticking off strategic goals for our organisation. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that come to Council in the near future, but I really want to congratulate all of the staff working under Rosanna in this directorate and COGU for initiating this particular team. I think it's a great move and we're seeing already the return on the structural realignment, which is appreciated.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Dawkins?
Only one question around tier funding. I noted there was a news item around lack of state government funding for the tier project. I know that that's been so important to this community. I'm wondering if there's any information from these stakeholder meetings that could come to a future council meeting about whether or not we're feeling confident that tier is going to remain a viable entity and then we're going to keep getting that water monitoring. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dawkins. I'll have to take that question on notice so that's okay and we'll get a response. Thank you.
Cool. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Gibson? Great. Okay. To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. 22, we have got the CEO status report on council decisions. Recommendation is to receive the status report on council decisions, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor? Nothing to say? Anything further around the table? Okay. Councillor Walker?
Are we talking Chief Executive? Sorry, 22.1.
22.1?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were doing it as one bulk lot.
Okay, nothing further. To the vote then. All those in favour of accepting, that's all councillors present. Motion is carried. We're doing the status report on notices of motion now, which is 22.2. Recommendation to receive the status report, moved by Councillor Dawkins, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Dawkins. Councillor Pentridge. Contributions around the table? Councillor Walker, not this one? Okay. To the vote to accept. All those in favour? All councillors present. Motion is carried. Right, we've got the quarterly report now at 22.3, which is the CEO's 1st of January to 31st of March. It's proposed to, the recommendation is to receive. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded. Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris, anything further? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I note with interest that the CEO has met with many and varied leaders in our community. That would include John Perry, our Coordinator General. I'd be most fascinated to understand what has been discussed with our Coordinator General of our state, if that's appropriate to share. Certainly, it has been quite a while since the Launceston Council has heard from the Coordinator General, so it'd be great to get an update.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Walker. These are routine stakeholder engagement meetings that I do have with the Coordinator General, so they should actually be occurring quarterly, and that's the intention for them to occur quarterly with key stakeholders right across Tasmania broadly. In terms of trying to very quickly recollect the conversation, it was very general. Things like virtuals, things like our strategic plan, stadium transfer, Mac Point in Tasmania. So more holistic strategic projects for memory, but I can certainly go back through my notepad and send everyone a summary of key points if you'd like.
No, certainly that won't be necessary, and I'd be happy to be kept informed into the future, just as I would, I suppose, with councillors. Do you think that this is something that councillors could also provide to table publicly, or perhaps the Mayor and Deputy especially, in regards to meetings that they have on a regular basis?
Through the Chair, there's certainly no legal requirement for councillors to do that. Under council reports, or council law reports, sorry, in the agenda, that would be the appropriate time to do it. It's a practice that I'm certainly used to and where I have been previously, and where we would provide the administrative support. If councillors were able to give us their inputs as to where they've been, we can certainly provide that administrative support, and we can do that now if any councillor would like to do that.
Councillor Pentridge is the seconder. Cool. Anything else around the table? No? Okay. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour, all councillors that are still here present, that motion is carried. Okay. Can we quickly whip through 22.4 so we can book the flights for the deputy? 22.4. Yeah, fine. Representation at Tidy Towns. Moved by Councillor Harris to send the Deputy Mayor. Seconded. Councillor Dawkins. This says 7. Need 6 and 1. It's not. Yep. Okay, Councillor Harris. Yep. Okay, nothing further around the table? No, I think it's awesome. Okay, all those in favour of the Deputy Mayor going? That's all councillors present. The motion is carried. Cool. Okay. There's no late items, so we'd only be moving into closed council. Yeah, we all have to go. Yep. Okay, we're going to conclude this evening's meeting. So we're going to move into closed. Okay, so somebody to move into closed to discuss the published conditions has been moved by Councillor Pentridge, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. We move into closed council. Okay. Good to go? Okay, excellent. Thank you, councillors. Somebody please to move that the table display that will go into the agenda is correct record of closed council. Councillor Dawkins, seconded. Councillor Harris, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We close the meeting at 6 o'clock, exactly as the bell chimes, with the next meeting here on the 8th at 1 o'clock. Have a good Easter.